Spirit to speak directly to those in the church who have the challenges and the blessings of leading smaller congregations. That in all things, Lord God, we come with receptive and open hearts to the wonderful gifts that you have given to Carl and the gifts that you're giving your church this day. So we ask you, Lord God, to bless our time together in Jesus' precious name. Amen. All right, Carl, hit it.
Thank you, Dominic, and thank you, Mike, and thank you all for joining us today. Again, as was mentioned earlier, we have a large room, and we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 people at very far distance from each other, and everybody else with a mask on. But it does give me an opportunity to feel like I'm actually talking to people, even though I know I'm talking to people when I'm talking directly to a camera. Every one of you, well, probably most of you anyway, have already gotten very tired of looking at a camera like it's your best friend. I get that has to happen. I think I'm getting a little better at it, but I'm never going to like it. So I'll be looking back again to the camera occasionally, but most of the time I'll be talking as though I was to a full room. It's more natural for me. I think it'll even be more natural for those who are watching at home as well. And this is the first conference I've done since the COVID outbreak. The last time I did it was in Australia. We finished in Australia. We got on an airplane. We headed home. 3 days later, we were supposed to be flying out for another conference, and everything got shut down. And in fact, we were in Australia a mile and a half from Tom Hanks and Rita Wilson, where they got COVID. We were there at the time they got COVID, a mile and a half from them. But that's been 3 months, so you can all relax. But that's how quickly our lives changed, of course. So in what we'll be going through today, the first 3 sessions are going to be about small churches generally, but I think we're going to see how much more this applies in the way the world has been changing. And then in the last session after lunch that we're going to have, we'll have 2 sessions after lunch. In the very last session, we will talk very specifically about adaptations given our current circumstances as best we can figure, because those circumstances change during any 24-hour period. So let me begin this way. Let me make sure that we've got our, there we go. Let me begin by saying this. Hi, I'm Carl, and I'm a small church pastor. I have been a small church pastor for over 30 years, but I didn't know I was a small church pastor until about 10 years ago. You see, I was convinced that I was a big church pastor who just hadn't arrived yet. But if I keep doing the principles, if I keep doing the church growth stuff, if I keep doing what everybody tells me what I'm going to do, that I should do, numerical growth was going to be inevitable. But when you're pastoring for over 20 years and you're doing everything that you think you're supposed to do, and you couldn't work any harder, you can't pray any harder, I can't read any more books, I can't go to any more conferences, and it's not bringing about the numerical results that appear to be promised, I had to look at it and go, something else is happening here. So I'll give you a little bit more of my story in a moment, but before I do, let me define a couple things. First of all, when I say small church, one of the first questions I get is, what do you mean by small church? Because that is a comparative term. When I say small church, I recognize that there are 2 very distinct types of small churches. There's the church of 50, give or take 50, and there's the church of 150, give or take 50. Those are 2 very different types of churches. I have pastored for many years in a church of 50, give or take 50. I now pastor a church of 150, give or take 50. I realize there are big differences between those, but they still come under the category small church for one primary reason. Because as long as you're below 200 or 250, you're going to pastor, a pastor of a church of 150 and a pastor of a church of 20 are going to pastor in far more similar ways than a pastor of a church of 200 to a pastor of a church of 500. There's a shift that happens at what we call the 200 barrier, and it lands somewhere between 150 to 300. There's a shift that happens there that dramatically changes the manner in which you pastor. So while I recognize there are very distinct differences, if you're in a church of 200 and you just heard that I consider a church, and if you're in a church of 20 and you've just heard that I consider a church of 200 to still be called a small church, you may have just rolled your eyes and just about logged off. Don't log off. I recognize that there's a big difference between 20 and 200, but there's an even bigger difference between 200 and 500 in the manner in which we pastor. Not even necessarily in the challenges we face, but in the way we pastor. We'll talk about why that is the case as we go forward, but that's what I mean when I say small church. Secondly, what do I mean when I say I'm a small church pastor? Well, we're here in Costa Mesa, California today, and I actually pastor a church in Fountain Valley. Fountain Valley actually shares a border with Costa Mesa, so it took me a 10-minute drive to get here today. And I pastor a very small church, been there for 27 years. And when I came 27 years ago, there were about 30 people on a big Sunday, about a dozen people on a typical Sunday. And the building itself is very small. If you come to the building on a Sunday morning, which you can't right now. Actually, tomorrow we'll be gathering for the first time, trying to figure out how to do that, first time in 3 months. But if you come to our church on a Sunday morning and you want to sit in the back row, there will only be 3 rows in front of you. And that's on a day that we need to put out the 4th row. And that isn't every Sunday. So it's a very, very small building on less than an acre of land. And here in Orange County, California, I've had people visit from other places and have gone around the facility. The first thing they usually say is, wow, you weren't exaggerating about how small the place is. And then secondly, they'll often ask, well, why don't you buy one of those houses right next to us? Which everybody who lives in Orange County is right now laughing like crazy at home because the average house next to us goes for about $800,000. So if you got a spare 800G, we can buy one house, which gives us, 5 parking spots? So we decided years ago that simply wasn't going to work for us. But anyway, what happened was I came to this church 27 years ago. They had been through 5 pastors in the previous 10 years. So, and with 6 to 9 months between pastors, that's less than 18 months per pastor. I told them, you haven't been pastor for a decade. You've had a series of extended guest speakers. And that was really true. There had been no leadership really for a decade. So they had almost taken a vote to close the doors because they were so discouraged and frustrated and thought, let's give it one more shot and see if something can happen. And the Lord brought us in. The Lord brought me out of a very difficult circumstance, our family out of a very difficult circumstance, out of a very toxic church. So we came in as a wounded pastor and family. They were a wounded church. There were only a handful of us there. And so for the first 6 or 7 years, all we did was worship services and potluck fellowships. That's not a prescription for health. I'm not telling you what to do. I'm telling you what we did. And part of it, I think, looking back on it now, was we kind of realized subconsciously when there's an infection running through the hospital, you don't bring in new patients. And we had a sick church, and it wasn't ready to help and bless others. We had to get healthy first. And so we just spent the first 7 years just doing that. And then at about the 7-year point, I very specifically remember the day. I believe it was a Thursday. I just finished another good day at the church in the office and working on church things. Sat behind the wheel of my car, looked out the windshield of the car at the church building, and all of a sudden it overwhelmed me. I'm looking at a healthy church. I'm pastoring a healthy church. And it hit me like out of nowhere. When did that happen? Kind of a thing, right? And then, because I was sitting in my car looking over the hood of the car, in my head I had this picture of, so I feel like I've been under the hood of this church for 7 years. I finally got the engine running, and now I'm sitting in the driver's seat, and I have no idea where to take it. What do you do with a healthy church? I literally didn't know what to do because I hadn't pastored a healthy church in a decade, and they hadn't been a healthy church in 2 decades. This was new territory for us. So I actually went to our church leadership and I told them what had happened. I said, I think we got a healthy church. And they had kind of the same reaction of, oh, wow, yeah, we do. And then it was, what do we do? And then we realized we need to take the health that we've got and we now need to share it with others. We need to, it's time to reach out. We've got a place that people can come and can be nourished by, and we can reach out to them and provide spiritual and emotional sustenance to our community and to our neighborhood. At that point, we were running around 75 people or so. Over the next 7 or 8 years, we got up to about 150 or so. And at that point, we were maxing our building out twice with 2 services on a Sunday. We were at max and more than at max with our very, very limited parking lot. And so at that point, I realized in order for us to get bigger, we're going to need a larger facility. So we looked around and we found a local middle school. And they allowed us to rent their Kappa Gymnatorial Librarium, that room that every middle school has, right, that used for everything. They allowed us to rent that on Sunday mornings. And it was very large. For those of you in the room, it was bigger than this room. It would have seated easily 500 people. So it was about 3-4 times the size of our facility. We moved in there, hauled everything over on Sunday morning, and hauled it out again after the Sunday morning services. And in the next 20 months, we grew from just under 200 to 400 people. 200 to 400 in less than 2 years. It was explosive growth. At that point, I actually went to our board, our deacon and board leadership, and I said, we need to hire more staff because we've got a staff for a church of 200, and we're at 400, and this is killing us. And in fact, we need to hire staff for a church of 600 because that's the trajectory we are on. They saw that trajectory. They agreed with it. So at 400, we hired for 600. Stayed at 400 for a couple months. And then all of a sudden, it decided to go into reverse. And while it took us less than 2 years to go from 200 to 400, in less than 1 year after that, we dropped from 400 down to... Actually, I can't tell you how small we got, because it's fun to count when you're growing. But when you're sinking that fast, it's like, don't give me the numbers anymore. I know everybody's name. Suffice to say, we were well under 100 every day, every Sunday, and on many Sundays we were under 50. And less than a year before, we were at 400. And there had been no scandal, and there had been no split. And I was left reeling. I didn't know what was going on or why. I'd done what I was supposed to do. I followed the rules. Things were going well. We hired a head of growth, all the stuff you're supposed to do. And even the people who were leaving, as we were able to ask them, we were able to do some exit interviews, which are the hardest thing in the world to do. Every one of them said, we don't know why. It's just like, and we'll get into some of the why in another session, but I was left reeling, and then I got angry. I got angry at myself. I got angry at the church. I got angry at God. Like, I followed the rules. I did what I'm supposed to do, and the thing collapsed beneath me, and I actually left the church for 40 days. And the only reason I left for 40 is because I couldn't find an 80 in the Bible. It's sad but true, but I actually did a word search on the Bible, thinking somebody in here has to have taken an 80 or 100-day retreat, because if it's in the Bible, they'll give it to me. It's all 40s, of course. So I left for 40 days and did not know if I would come back either to that church or to the ministry. So what happened? What happened during that season that I found myself in that place? Was because I was believing something that I have since come to call the Grasshopper Myth. And before we get to that, actually, let me show you this, both in person or online or at any time. All the notes for all 4 sessions today, I have already preloaded up to this URL. My website is carlvaders.com. So if you go there, carlvaders.com/LCMS2020, all of the notes for all of the sessions are going to be up there. One of the advantages of putting the notes online is about half of the notes will have a clickable link where you can go to an article that I wrote about that particular subject, so you can read more and get more later. And that will always stay up. So months from now, if you think, hey, who was that guy at that thing that he said that? If you can find that URL, you can find the notes and you can follow up a little more later. So you can go there now or later or whenever. All the notes will be there and on all the screens as we go forward. You'll see that in the bottom right-hand corner in case you forget it later. So I wrote a book. My first book I wrote 7-8 years ago now was called The Grasshopper Myth. And when you write a book called The Grasshopper Myth, you've got some explaining to do. So what is the Grasshopper Myth? And the Grasshopper Myth comes from where I ended up in this place, almost leaving the ministry. And in fact, during that season, I found myself in therapy. I actually looked up and found a local Christian counselor who had been a pastor for over 20 years. And I went in and I signed up for therapy. And the first couple of sessions, I just kind of exploded on him. Here's where I am. And after about 2 sessions, I looked at him and said, what am I supposed to do here? What's going on? He said, Carl, it sounds to me like you need to figure out how to redefine success in ministry. When he said that, I didn't know if I wanted to walk out of his office or punch him in the nose. I said, so you're telling me I've been trying to jump a 10-foot bar and I'm only able to jump 8 feet, so I should lower the bar to 8 feet, jump over that and call it success? That's not success, that's cheating. He said, that's not what I'm talking about. He says, if the bar is over here, success is over here. If numbers is over here, success in ministry is over here. And then he said a sentence that changed my life and my ministry. He said, Carl, you have to figure out how to define success in ministry without numbers attached to it. And I had no idea what he was talking about. And I said that. I said, I don't even know what that means. He said, truthfully, I don't either, but that's what we have to figure out together. Because everything we hear about ministry is about the numbers, whether it's percentages or attendance or offering or whatever. There's a numerical component to almost all of the things we talk about in ministry anymore. And he said, you've got to get away from that because chasing the numbers is killing you. So how did I end up in that spot? Angry and hurt and upset at God, at myself, at the church. It's because of this thing I came to call the Grasshopper Myth. And the Grasshopper Myth, I define it as this. It's the false impression that our small church ministry is less than what God says it is because we compare ourselves with others. Now, take a look at that sentence and ask yourself, what's the toxic word in that sentence? It's obvious to everybody as soon as they look at the sentence, right? It's compare. Comparison was killing me. Here I am in Orange County, California. And within half an hour to 45-minute drive of my front door are some of the biggest, most well-known churches in the world. Saddleback Church, Crystal Cathedral, the original Calvary Chapel, the original Vineyard Church, Church on the Way, Angelus Temple, you name it. This is not, and when we're looking at the churches that I just named, this is not just a place where big churches happen. This is where big movements begin. And I thought, well, that's going to happen. It's happening for them. It's going to happen for me. And then when it didn't, because I was comparing myself to these other big churches around me, I felt like a grasshopper. It, of course, comes from the book of Numbers, where the 12 spies go into the land, and 10 of them come back with this, and this is a part of their report. All the people we saw there are of great size. One translation says there are giants in the land. I live in Orange County, and many of you live where you live in a place where there are giant churches in the land. And then this is the phrase that matters. We seemed like grasshoppers in our own eyes, and we looked the same to them. So the question we've got to have is, where did they seem like grasshoppers first? They seem like grasshoppers in their own eyes. If you don't see a grasshopper in your mirror, no one else will see a grasshopper in you. I saw a grasshopper in my mirror. I diminished the value of the ministry God gave me and of the church God put me in because it wasn't as big as I was told it should be. But I did that to me. And then I looked around at the giants, and I seemed like a grasshopper in their eyes too. And that was not the case with them. Rick Warren did not write The Purpose-Driven Church to make me feel bad. But I allowed it to do that to me. I've been on that campus several times. It's not just a campus, it's a city within a city. It's on the corner of Saddleback Boulevard and Purpose Drive, because when you build the roads, you get to name them. And I looked at that as though that was the standard. That's not the standard. That's an exception. It's wonderful. And I want to say this real quick. I am not anti-big church. I am not anti-mega church. I believe the kingdom of God needs churches of all sizes and all styles to reach all kinds of people. I am not anti-big church at all. The problem isn't that churches are big. The problem is that we've made the mega church the standard. And if you are any less than that, you're often made to feel like you're failing. And that is simply not correct, not helpful, not biblical. It's not even kind. But that's what we've done. But it didn't begin with them. It began with me. It began with me. In my own eyes, I saw myself as a grasshopper. So it's a myth that you and your church are a grasshopper simply because you're not as big as some other church. So what I had to do was I had to redefine success in ministry. And I started by looking around, and I discovered very quickly what I now call the 3 undeniable realities of church ministry. And here they are. Reality number 1 is this. 80 to 90% of churches will never be larger than 250 people. How do we know that? The best predictor of future events is past events. And for 2,000 years and counting, 80 to 90% of churches have not been larger than 250 people. The kingdom of God has moved forward virtually entirely on the shoulders of the multiplication of smaller venues. The growing of larger and larger venues is a very, very recent phenomenon. It's not wrong, but it's recent. So 80 to 90% of us of churches will never be larger than 250 people, which leads to reality number 2, and it's this. Virtually all pastors will pastor a small church for at least some time in our ministry. You're going to pastor a small church. If you're a pastor in training, if you're going to seminary right now, you're going to pastor a small church. Now, if you had told me that when I was in seminary, I'd have said, well, maybe just for a little while, and maybe just for a little while. But for a little while, you will. But here's the reality of it. If you're going to be a lead pastor, you're going to pastor a small church with virtual certainty, like 99.9% certainty, you're going to pastor a small church for at least a little bit of time. And most of us are going to pastor a small church for most of our ministry, and a whole lot of us are going to pastor a small church for our entire ministry. It is not a lack of faith to identify reality. That is reality. So the question I have is, if we're all going to do it, shouldn't we figure out how to do it well? And this was the gap that I found in my coming back from my difficulty of 10 years or so ago. I looked around for help to how to pastor a small church well, and I could find so little of it that when I did, it was like finding gold, and I put it together. The only reason I'm writing my books is because I couldn't find my books. If someone else had written them, I'd have said, thank you, Jesus, I'll use that, and I'd have just gone on my merry way, happily pastoring a small church. I only write them because they didn't previously exist. And here we've got so many small churches in the world, and we're not resourcing them well, at least as well as we should. And if you're a small church pastor, you know that because it's hard to find small church-specific resources. So, reality number 2, if you're pastoring, you are going to pastor a small church for at least some time in your ministry, which leads to reality number 3. You can lead a small church well without settling for less. Do not think that what I'm talking about is just settling for, well, it's just us and that'll be fine, that's all it ever is. No, as long as there is anybody in your community who doesn't know Jesus, as long as there's one child going to sleep hungry at night, as long as there's one woman who's being abused by her husband in your neighborhood, as long as there's one person in any kind of need anywhere within your reach, your church is not done growing, your church has a mission, and your church needs to step up to that mission. This is not about us for no more, close the door. That is not biblical, that is not correct, that is not what I'm talking about. But we can lead a small church well. Leading a small church well does not necessarily mean that you will grow exponentially or that you will even grow numerically at any significant rate. You can lead a small church well without settling for less. In the next session, I'm going to talk about some stats. In general, somewhere around 90% of churches in the world are under 200. And something like 80% of churches in the world are under 100. When I first looked at that, I saw it as a concern. Again, we'll get into it next session a little more. But as I started looking at these new realities, I asked myself, what if that's not a problem? What if when Jesus said, I will build my church, what he had in mind was not every single church getting huge, but what he had in mind was a handful of really big churches, but mostly a whole bunch of small way stations of faith tucked into every single corner of the globe. Maybe the balance of a few big churches and a whole lot of small churches isn't a problem to fix. Maybe it's a part of a strategy that God wants to use. And if we look at it that way, it will transform the way we pastor the church that God has put us in. Instead, we do something that I call IKEA envy. I want to encourage you not to fall for IKEA envy. Really close to this building, there is an IKEA, and I'm convinced astronauts can see it from space. It is a ridiculously large building. I remember the first time my wife said, there's this new furniture store in town, we got to go get, I don't know what it was. Didn't pay attention because I'm a guy, don't care. But I went along thinking, okay, we're going to go to a furniture store. I know what's going to happen. We're going to walk in. She's going to go her direction. I'm going to go my direction. When she finds what she needs, she's going to text me. I'm going to come help her haul it out, and we'll get it home. We get to this building, and it's ridiculously big. And I'm like, wow, that is a big, big store. Biggest store I've ever seen. But I've been in the mall before. I've been in Bass Pro Shop. I've been in a Costco. I know how to behave in a big store. Oh, no, not in IKEA. IKEA is completely different. In IKEA, you're not allowed to go in and wander off one direction while somebody else wanders off another direction. Because if you've ever been in an IKEA, you know it's different than that. Let me show you what an IKEA is like. This is an actual map of an actual IKEA. Not the one locally, but it might as well be. It's pretty much the same. Does it remind you of anything like maybe a rat maze? That's pretty much what it feels like, and that's why when you get to the end of it, you feel like you've accomplished something, and even those Swedish meatballs taste good. Like, woo, I get cheese at the end of this because I made it through the maze. This is literally what it looks like. So when you go to an IKEA, you can't just wander. You have to go through it in a precise way. They actually discovered years ago, some people like me were frustrated by that, and they built escape hatches into it. So you can be in section 1, and it'll say, here's your fast track to section 5. You can get out of here quicker, right? They've actually built those into it. So what I want you to do is I want you to imagine that the chairman of Starbucks gets together with their top executives this year and says, we've got a plan to increase the forward motion of Starbucks. And everything about this illustration has changed since I gave it last time 3 months ago. Let's all acknowledge that, right? But it still applies in our church context. So I want you to imagine the chairman of Starbucks gets together and says, we figured out how to move forward as Starbucks. And what we've done is we've gone around the world, we've measured all the IKEAs. The average IKEA has about 250,000 square feet of space. We've measured all of our Starbucks stores, and the average Starbucks store only has about 800 square feet of space. Some of our Starbucks don't even have a standalone store. They're tucked inside other stores. We have to fix this if we're going to compete with IKEA. Does that make any sense? No, it doesn't. Because IKEA, their model is very few stores and really big, and Starbucks' model is very small stores and everywhere. Everywhere. And whether you like IKEA or like Starbucks doesn't matter. Their model has worked for them. IKEA is great at doing what they do. Starbucks is great at doing what they do. But what we often do in the church is we who are pastoring a Starbucks-sized church are trying to learn from the chairman of IKEA. And what works in an IKEA store is very different than what works in a Starbucks shop because of the size differential, because of the way they're approaching things. Take a look at this illustration. Look at the picture on the left. You see what's on the floor? There's an arrow on the floor. Why? Because that's how you get through the maze. So when I go to a big church conference or read a church leadership book from a big church pastor, and I still do and I still get benefit out of them, what I am getting is arrows on the floor precision. Why? Because when you're pastoring an IKEA-sized church and you are managing the flow of thousands of people on a typical weekend, and one of these days we'll get back to something resembling normal again and have that again, it matters that you have precise systems. You need arrows on the floor precision or the whole thing falls to pieces. But I've never walked into a Starbucks and gone, where's the arrow on the floor? I know where to go. I know where to sit. And in a lot of our small churches, it's the same. So we're often getting information from church leadership, and it's not wrong. It simply fits a different context. It fits an IKEA-sized church, and we're in a Starbucks-sized church. And there's only so much crossover that there is. We've got to stop the IKEA envy. We have to start figuring out what does it mean to be a healthy church at the Starbucks size rather than striving to be the IKEA size and realizing that there's a limit to what we can learn from those who are in an IKEA-sized context. Part of that came to me when I realized 3 very important principles about small church ministry, and they are this. Small is not a problem, a virtue, or an excuse. Let me walk you through those 3 words because each of those is vitally important. First of all, small is not a problem. Unfortunately, it's been presented that way for too many years. We talk about small churches as stuck, as stagnant. And are there small churches that are stuck and stagnant? Yes. There are also some big churches that are stuck and stagnant. Got nothing to do with size. Got to do with health. But we make the presumption, if it's small, that it must be stuck, that it must be stagnant, that it must be unhealthy, and it isn't necessarily so. Small is not a problem. Back in the day when I was going through all the trauma that I talked about earlier about church size, I looked for answers where we all look for answers. I Googled it. Yeah, I went to the Bible already too, but then I went to Google, right? I Googled it, and I Googled, help my church grow or something like that. And the first article that came up was an article called 8 Reasons Some Churches Don't Grow by a mega church pastor who was just growing like crazy every year. And I thought, this will be my answer, right? Some of you already know how badly this is going to turn out because you've done the same thing. So I went there and I read this article, and here are the 8 reasons that were given. 8 reasons some churches don't grow. Here are the 8 reasons that were given. The vision is not clear. The focus is on trying to please everyone. Passionless leadership, manufacturing energy, lack of prayer, unwillingness to take risks, disobedience to scriptures, and selfish attitudes. And I remember reading that article and looking at it and going, I must be committing one of those sins. But I don't feel like I'm not praying enough. I don't feel disobedient to scriptures. I don't think I'm selfish. My leadership doesn't feel passionless. It just feels frustrated. I didn't think I was trying to please everybody. I thought I was just trying to please Jesus. And if you read an article like that, if you're in a small church and you're frustrated with non-numerical growth and you read an article like that, if you don't recognize you or your church in that list, read something else. Just go on. It's easy to swipe it away and just find something else. If it doesn't apply to you, it doesn't apply to you. In fact, I'm going to almost guarantee that it's not likely to apply to those of you who are watching and listening today. And you know why? Because you showed up today. Passionless leaders don't show up. Prayerless leaders don't show up. It makes me wonder who this pastor thought they were writing to. Who do they think is Googling in the middle of the night, please help my church grow? It's not the passionless pastor. It's not the prayerless pastor. It's not the pastor who's unwilling to take risks. It's the hurting pastor. And when a hurting pastor comes to you and says, please help me, don't slap their hands, put tools in them. And I read that and thought, this pastor assumes that smallness is a problem. And I'm not going to assume that anymore because that's not what I'm seeing. Small is not a problem. Secondly, small is not a virtue. Small churches are not better than big churches. Big churches are great too. I'm done with my small church pastor friends who say things like, the only reason our church is small, we're the only ones in town preaching the true gospel. How many of you've seen the meme right on Facebook? Big church packed to the gills, and then next to it a picture of a small church with nobody in it. And over the big church packed tight, there's the written, when you preach what they want to hear. And then under the small church with nobody in it, when you preach the truth. Stop. Size has nothing to do with it. There are faithful big churches and small churches. There are unfaithful big churches and small churches. Size has nothing to do with it. Small is not a problem, but it's also not a virtue. It's got nothing to do with it. When we look at the big church packed to the gills and we think, well, they must be compromising, then what we're doing is we're denying the power of the gospel to draw people unto Jesus. Some churches are going to grow big. Some churches aren't. They can all be faithful. Small is not a virtue. Oh, and here's what's really weird about this. You know that list that I just read from the big church pastor about small churches and how all the bad things about them? I've heard every single one of those things said by small church pastors about big churches. They're prayerless. They're just trying to please everyone. They're manufacturing energy. They're so selfish. Every single one of them is being thrown from the big to the small and the small to the big. We've got to get over this. This is not godly. This is not of Jesus. Small is not a problem. Small is not a virtue. And then finally for this segment here, small is not an excuse. I had to give up on the idea of, well, when we get bigger, when we get more people, when we have this or when we have that, then we'll do. Stop. Your church right now has enough resources right now to do right now what Jesus is calling your church to do right now. You don't need to wait for more people. You don't need to wait for the pandemic to be over. You don't need to wait to get more money in the offering. You don't need to wait to get more technology to do right now what God is calling your church to do right now. No excuses. We got to get to work. God has given a ministry to every church. Now, are there some things we wish we could do that we can't because of limitations? Sure, but that doesn't mean we can't do right now what we can do right now. No excuses. We've got to get past these. So small churches are not a problem. They're not worse than big churches. They're not a virtue. They're not better than big churches. And there's no excuse for not doing the ministry. In fact, I've taken a look through the New Testament, and I have yet to find in the New Testament any command to the New Testament church that cannot be fulfilled by 2 or 3 people who love Jesus, love each other, and want to reach out to their community together. There's no place in the New Testament where there's a commandment to the church where you look at it and go, yeah, we'd like to do that, but we're going to need more people. Nope. Oh, we'd like to do that, but we're going to need more money. No. We'd like to do that, but we're going to have to be able to gather in the building again. Nope. Not a single thing in the New Testament that requires anything other than what you have right now. No excuses. We've got to get that done. So, yes, most of what I'm going to do today will be encouraging my fellow small church pastors. But a couple times I'm going to step on our toes because we need to be challenged as well. And that's one of the challenges. There are no excuses. We can do this. As I was going through this season of really walking away from the church for a while, that 40 days, I wish I could tell you that I spent that 40 days in prayer and fasting. But I'm not going to lie to you. I didn't spend that 40 days in prayer and fasting. I spent that 40 days sleeping too much, eating too much, and watching stupid TV. I'm not giving you that as a prescription for health. Nobody should be writing that down and going, oh, what, I'm in a bad way. Carl says you should. No. That's closer to a confession of sin than a prescription for health. I'm just telling you that's what I did. And during that season, if you're going to watch stupid TV, there's nothing more stupid than watching reality TV. I know, we live here where they make them. And I and several of us in the room are married to a real housewife of Orange County. And let me tell you, that show is not it, right? Can I testify? Yeah. But I watched, and my favorite reality TV series to watch during that season was the 2 restaurant makeover shows. And it's always a British guy telling Americans how to run their restaurant. Have you noticed that? I don't know what it is about us as Americans. They can say the rudest things to us, but if it's with a British accent, we go, oh, isn't that nice? It's like, he just called you a donkey. Yeah, but he had that wonderful British accent when he said it. That was, right? Didn't we fight like an entire war so that we don't have to obey people with British accents anymore? And yet somehow we just, anyway, I watched these 2 shows. They were interesting. They were entertaining. But I also started noticing some patterns. I started noticing they would often walk into a restaurant and go, I drove by 3 or 4 times because I couldn't see your sign. Or I stood outside the door for 10 minutes and nobody greeted me. Or I came in the door and wow, what a smell. When was the last time this place was cleaned? There were a handful of those things that would repeat as they would go into failing restaurants. But one thing I never heard them say was this. Not one of these restaurateurs ever walked into a failing restaurant, and it's reality TV, so it's not real. I get it. Nevertheless, they never walked into a failing restaurant, looked around and said, you know what this restaurant's problem is? It's not big enough. They never said that. You know why? Because those reality TV stars have figured out something that we in the church need to get a little bit better at, which is this. Bigger fixes nothing. Bigger fixes nothing. We have allowed ourselves too often in the church, and especially in church leadership and pastoring, to think, if only I have more of this, then this problem will be fixed. Here's the reality. If you have an unhealthy small church and it gets bigger, you will now have an unhealthy big church. And that's not better, that's worse. But if you have an unhealthy small church and it gets healthy, even if it doesn't get bigger, healthy is better. You can never lose with health. But we think bigger has got to be the issue. Bigger fixes nothing. So many small church pastors that I talk to, and you're my friends and you're my compatriots, and I'm one of you. But so often I'll talk to them, and they'll be saying things like, you know, I've got all these problems because I've got so few people. And if only we had more people in the church, we'd have fewer problems. Really? When in the history of the world has more people ever equaled fewer problems? Have you met people? That's not how that equation works. Bigger fixes nothing. Now, if your church gets healthy, sometimes that health will create numerical growth. But often it doesn't. Yes, all healthy things grow. Yes, but it's not all numerical. I stopped at 6'6" quite a while ago. And I've had to come up with different ways to grow mentally, emotionally, spiritually since I stopped growing height-wise. And there are some times where churches, they're just going to fit into a certain size, and then they have to figure out, what does growth look like from this point on if this is the numerical size that we are? How do we reach out in different ways? How do we do ministry in different ways? How do we disciple in different ways? We have to get creative about it. But bigger on its own fixes nothing. As I was considering this idea of size, I did some statistical research. I'm not a numbers guy, but I did enough to kind of see if my theories were being backed up by the numbers, and they were. And they also helped me come up with new ideas, too. One of the things I discovered was this. Over 1 billion people choose to worship God in small churches. According to the most reliable survey firms out there, there are somewhere around 2.2 billion Christians in the world. And let's make it a flat 2 billion. Let's round the number down to 2 billion. So you got 2 billion Christians in the world. If you were to line up the 2 billion Christians in the world in a line, with everybody attending the biggest churches on this side and all the way down smaller, until the smallest churches were over on this end. 2 billion Christians, big churches on this side, small churches on this side. And if you were to draw a line down the middle, so you've got 1 billion, the 1 billion churches who attend the smallest churches, and the 1 billion Christians who attend the biggest churches. That line would land somewhere around 250 people, which means that fully half the Christians in the world choose to worship Jesus in a smaller church. Right? That's statistically true. Now, if you take that 1 billion Christians who worship Jesus in smaller churches, first of all, of the 2 billion, the average size church on earth is about 75 people. In the U.S., it's about 85, but worldwide, the average size church on earth is about 75 people. So that's the full 2 billion. If you were to take the 1 billion who go to smaller churches, the average size church there is probably going to be around 20. So imagine, do the math quickly in your head, 1 billion people divided by 20. How many millions of churches is that? And then when you take a look at the globe and the demographic reach of the church, what you discover is this. Small churches are more widely and evenly spread throughout the earth than any other product, than any other company, than any other group of people. Can you imagine a company, an army, or a product that said, we've got 1 billion people scattered widely and evenly across the face of the globe in groups averaging 20, and they are in just about every place you can imagine. We need to fix this problem. No, if any product or company or army had that kind of reach, they'd go, that's what you call strategic placement, folks. And God has been doing this. Jesus said, I will build my church, and he knows what he's doing. And he's been doing this with us kind of fighting against it sometimes. Well, they need to be bigger. Well, no, they don't, because there's a lot of places where big doesn't fit, but small fits everywhere. Do you realize the small churches are more widely and evenly distributed around the world than anything else? There are places in the world where you cannot buy a Coca-Cola, but you can find a small church. It may be illegal, but it's there. And God has been doing this. Now, here's another way of looking at this 2 billion. It's a principle that I discovered just in the last year or so. And it's called the principle of the long tail. The church needs to embrace this long tail. So here's a chart. I found this chart online. And here's how the long tail works. This is how YouTube works. This is how Amazon works. Like if you've ever gone to YouTube, for instance, and you put a video up on YouTube. If you go to YouTube and you Google and you put in the search engine for their most viewed videos, you're going to find video views in the billions. Most of them are, I don't know, probably Justin Bieber and that kind of thing, right? Billions of views. And that's the spike on the left, the hits. But you can also go to YouTube and find a video that somebody put up of their grandkids so that grandma can watch it, and it's only got 4 views. And there are millions and millions and millions of those videos. There are videos of services that small churches put up constantly, especially now, constantly. So what you've got, this is the way, this is actually YouTube's and Amazon's business model. About half of their product is in the hits, the billion view, the billion view video, or for Amazon, the multi-million selling book. But Amazon also allows a self-publisher like me to write anything I want and put it up and sell 10 copies. And I'm way, way, way on the far right of it. But the thing is, there are so many people putting that up that there are as many people watching the small videos as there are people watching the big videos, because there's so many of the small videos. Now, what do? Let's change the labeling on this to big and small churches. This is what the kingdom of God looks like around the world. On the left, the number of people. Out to the right, the number of churches. So we look around and we often see the big churches in the spike. And we go, wow, those are the ones we should be like, right? They're the big churches that are doing all this great stuff for the kingdom of God. And yes, they are doing great stuff for the kingdom of God. God bless them. But there are as many Christians doing just as much good ministry going to the small churches in the long tail as there are good Christians doing good ministry going to the handful of churches in the spike. Amazon has figured this out. YouTube has figured this out. We ought to figure this out. Amazon and YouTube knows how to serve their long tail well. We do not serve our long tail as well as we should. We speak to the echo chamber of the spike on the left far too often, and we make the people on the long tail feel devalued. Take a look at that. Which half do you think YouTube would be fine doing without? Or Amazon? Or the church? Which half do you want to cut off? I don't think we can do without either. In fact, Amazon and YouTube knows that the long tail actually serves the big spike and the big spike serves the long tail. Each serves the other. And in the church, it's exactly the same thing. So there are benefits that the small churches in the long tail bring to the body of Christ. There are benefits that the big churches in the tall spike bring to the body of Christ. We can't do without either one of them. And if we despise each other, we are like Paul's body analogy, with one part of the body looking at the other. It starts with self-despising. If you read it, it starts with one part of the body saying, because I'm not another part of the body, I don't deserve. It starts with the self-despising. Read it. You'll see Paul's body analogy actually starts with self-despising, like the Grasshopper Myth. And it says you can't say you're not a part of the body because you're not this, and then you can't look down on another part of the body and say they're not a part of the body either. It starts with self-despising. And we can't do that. We've got to embrace the long tail with the big spike. Don't despise the big spike either. They both matter. All right, we're going to take a pause in a moment. Before we do, let me walk you through where we're going to go, and then one last little thing for session 2 coming up after a 5-minute break. We're going to be looking at something that I call small churches, big churches, small churches, what's the difference? And we're going to take a look at all of it through this simple Venn diagram, where you've got the small church essentials on the right and the big church essentials on the left. There is some overlap, but we're going to spend most of our time for the rest of today looking at the space on the right that does not overlap with big churches. Why? Because you can get the stuff on the left from almost every other book and almost every conference, because most of them are done by big churches, and I'm grateful that they put those on. I am. But we're going to talk about the stuff on the right, why it matters, why it's different, not because it's better, but it'll give us a filter. And here's the thing. Once you understand this, not only will you have better resources for your small church environment, but from this point on, you will be able to read a book by a big church pastor or go to a big church conference and get more out of it, because you will have a filter. You will know what fits in the circle on the left that doesn't overlap with you, and you'll be able to know what does overlap with you, and you'll actually get more even out of the big church conferences and books. Because what they're saying isn't wrong, you just have to know how to contextualize it. So we're going to talk through that filter in the next session. And then we're going to look at, after lunch, session 3, we're going to look at how to discover and use what your church does well. Your church does something well or can do something well right now at its current size and in its current circumstance. How do you discover that, and how do you utilize that? So we're going to talk about that in the first session after lunch. And in the final session today, first time I'm teaching this session, and it'll actually be coming from book number 4 that just came out. I just got this yesterday. So happy about this. The Church Recovery Guide. We'll be looking at a couple chapters out of that, and we'll be looking at the COVID-19 situation and what's working in churches that are thriving. I spent a lot of time over the last few months talking with a lot of pastors and a lot of churches of all sizes, mostly small churches. But what I've noticed is a handful of things that are working in churches that are not just thriving. And by thriving, I don't mean, hey, they're doing great. I mean, they are blessing their community. They're reaching out. They're impacting their community during this crisis. And how does that compare to those who are either struggling or who have in fact lost their churches? There are three key differences. We'll look at some of that. And the books, you can get those online. Let me conclude this session with this before we break in about 2 minutes. Let me leave you with this thought for this session. Pastoring a small church is not a penalty for doing something wrong. For too many years, I convinced myself that it was, and for too many years, I read statements by others through that lens and made them, and allowed them to let me feel that way. Your church is small, you got to break through the barrier. It's stuck, you got to do this. And how many of us sit there and go, what am I doing wrong? What am I doing wrong? I did that for years, what am I doing wrong? Maybe nothing, or at least you're not doing any more wrong than the big church pastor's doing. We all make mistakes. You probably aren't making any more mistakes than they are. Pastoring a small church is not a penalty for doing something wrong. It's a specialty, and it's worth doing well. It's not a penalty. It's a specialty. So what we're going to do in the next 3 sessions is we're going to look at that specialty. How do we do small church pastoring well? Because it can be done well. Let me leave you with this thought. Jesus did not wake up this morning depressed by the size of your church. He knows exactly the size that it is. He knows exactly the situation you're in now. He knows the frustrations you've had with technology over the last 3 months. He knows the struggle you've had with depression while you're trying to help everybody else out and nobody seems to want to reach out to help you. He knows all of that. He did not wake up this morning depressed by the size of your church. He knows where you are. He cares where you are. He can use you where you are. Now, for all of my theologically precise friends, Jesus has not had to wake up in the morning since he ascended into heaven 2,000 years ago. I'm aware of that. This is a metaphor. Let's move on. I have to say that because I've actually been confronted with that by some of my more theologically precise friends. So we will leave it with that, and it looks like Dominic has something to come up
Wonderful.
for us.
Yeah, and Lutherans aren't theologically precise, so you don't have to worry about that.
There
That's
we
a joke, of course. But yeah, and that's really a good point. Jesus looks upon every church as his bride, no matter what the size is, right? So it's quite a blessing. So we're going to take about a 5-minute break, and as we do, remember your questions. Go ahead and put them in the chat. President Gibson is monitoring that chat, and he'll send those questions to me. And we'll start after the break with a couple of questions for you.
Sounds
okay?
good.
Sounds good. Let's take 5. All right, thanks. Thanks for that break. And a couple of questions that came through, Carl. Actually, quite a few asking the same question, which is always great. Okay.
Yes, absolutely. Now we know we've definitely hit a nerve.
Absolutely. So if size isn't the issue, and you talked about health, what are some of the markers of health or even unhealth that we should be aware of?
Yeah, we'll get into some of that, especially in the first session after lunch. But in addition to that, bottom line is we kind of all know what the markers are. But we approach small churches very differently than we approach big churches. It reminds me of if you've ever watched a football or basketball or baseball game, and it's tied all the way through. Maybe it even goes into overtime. And then there's one last second where the last goal is scored, and then that team wins. And that's a victory for them, and it's a loss for the other team. In sports, it's a zero-sum game. I get it. But then the commentators will talk about the game afterwards, and they will talk about the losing team and all the stuff they did wrong. And they'll talk about the winning team and all the stuff they did right, when the fact of the matter is, until the very last second, they were even. Right? So what we often do with small churches is we look around and we go, here are big churches, let's find out what they're doing right. There are small churches, let's find out what they're doing wrong. And we look at it through that lens. So we assume negative things about the small and we assume positive about the big. The bottom line is we all know what the positive markers are for health from outreach. And again, we'll go into some of it in detail, which is why I'm not going to give you too much now, but we know what they are. My challenge is I think we need to approach it differently. Instead of looking at big churches and asking, what are they doing right? Small churches asking, what are they doing wrong? Look at what a healthy church should be doing, and then ask every church of every size, are we doing this? Yeah. Do we have volunteers instead of committees? Do we have a passion for worship instead of simply observant audience members and those kinds of things? You know, we all know the list, but we need to apply it better, I think.
Mm-hmm. Is a lot of your statistics and your research across many denominations?
It is, yeah. I've very specifically worked hard to make this a cross-denominational thing because, and over the last 7 years, Shelley and I have had a chance to travel all over the country and all around the world. So we are also trying not to make it just American-based either, because the church obviously is global. The church is in all denominations and in all nations and in all languages and in all races. And so everything we work at, we try to come up with universal. So when we're in a particular location, sometimes we'll localize it for that. But when I write, for instance, I struggle with putting the word essentials on my second book, Small Church Essentials, because that sounds kind of arrogant, like these are the things everybody. But I was okay with it because in 7 years of traveling and conversations and research, I had found a handful of things that worked everywhere. Some things that I thought worked everywhere were like, oh, no, it doesn't work in that context, so I didn't put it in the book. Yeah. So the things that are in the book, for instance, are the things that we found worked all denominations, all languages, all cultures, all races, all countries. Everywhere we went, they worked.
Okay, cool. Yeah. You know, this last question, and I know you're going to get to this too, but when we talk about sustainability of a congregation and stability, obviously the elephant in the room there is financial, and that smaller churches tend to struggle more financially. Any thoughts on that piece before you get into kind of the nuts and bolts of it?
Yeah, and we'll get into that a little bit as well in the first session after lunch. The key is discipleship. Yeah. When you disciple people, first of all, you don't need to hire as many people because you've already discipled your volunteers. For instance, back when I was in that season where I went and hired a staff of 600 when I was at 400, the reason I needed to hire so many people was because I hadn't been training my own people, which we'll get into actually really quickly now. So discipleship is the key for that. Secondly, people who are discipled and who are actually working in the church tend to give more to places that they're already working in and to things they're already volunteering for. So one, it's more biblical. We don't do discipleship as a substitute for stewardship or as a substitute for finances. If you go into discipleship so we can reduce the financial thing, you're going at discipleship for the wrong reason. But it has the side benefit of requiring less money.
Yeah, definitely.
It takes longer to get there. It's easier to be the New York Yankees and wait for somebody to be a star and then pay them a ton of money. It's harder to be the Kansas City Royals and actually build a farm club and raise them up. But that's where we are. Small churches are the Kansas City Royals. We've got to have a farm club. Absolutely. And in the long term, it's a better way to do it anyway.
Yeah, and if anybody wants to see a little bit more on stewardship, President Gibson and I did a video just last week talking about stewardship in the church, especially in this COVID time. So I direct you to the Pacific Southwest District website for that video. But let's keep going.
All righty, you got it. Thank you, Dominic. Okay, we are back. There we go. My computer recognized my face. It doesn't do it when I've got my mask on. It recognizes my face when I don't. All right, let's today in this next session we're going to be looking at. Hang on a second. There we go. Big churches, small churches. What's the difference? Before we get into that, let me give you a little bit more of my story. Because the question that is often in people's minds at this point in my story is, okay, so you had this church, it was tiny for a while, over a long period of time it grew a little bit, and all of a sudden it grew really fast, and then even faster it collapsed. What caused the collapse? So let me walk you through that really, really quickly. In the years since the collapse happened and now the rebuilding has occurred, I've taken a lot of time in trying to understand what caused the collapse. And again, to go through it really quickly, in the season in which our church left our small building on Sunday mornings and rented a much larger space in a local school, we, in less than 2 years, grew from 200 to 400, and then in less than a year after that, dropped down to under 100, and many Sundays were under 50. No scandal, no split. We just found ourselves back in this tiny building again, but we fixed the problem of not being able to fit in the building, so we fixed that problem. So what happened? Why did it collapse after sudden growth and then sudden collapse? And I discovered 3 things. First was the one we just referred to in the Q&A. When we were at 400, I hired a staff for a church of 600, anticipating that future growth, because our staff was worn out at 400. And the reason our staff was worn out in a sudden growth from 200 to 400 was because we now had double the people that we had to serve. And when the professional ministers are doing all the work, more people means more work. We weren't discipling our own people to grow in the faith and to serve and minister to each other. We'll talk about how that comes about later on, but we weren't discipling our own people, so we had to hire professionals in from the outside for everything. And here's the deal. If you as the church staff will do everything for your people, they'll let you. But that's not biblical. We need to be discipling them. We'll talk about what a biblical approach is in a little bit. So we weren't discipling them. Secondly, during that season where we grew from 200 to 400 in 2 years, it was not conversion growth. It was transfer growth. For a little while, we were the hot church in town. We were in a new school. We had a kicking band. We were doing, different things with dramatic things and video stuff. We had some really good tech people. And we were really cool for a little while. And then another church nearby got cooler than us. And then all the people who came to the cool church, they left to the now cooler church and took some of our folks with them. So it wasn't conversion growth. So it wasn't kingdom growth. Jesus didn't say, gather my people into larger and larger groups. He said, go and make disciples. And we were not discipling the people we had, and we weren't bringing new people into the kingdom of God. We were simply transferring them from one church to the other. So that was the second reason. That's not sustainable. And thirdly, which was actually the first thing I discovered, when we grew from 200 to 400 in 2 years, I was as miserable as I've ever been in ministry. And I didn't know I was miserable, because how can a pastor be miserable when their church is doubling in 2 years? But the truth of the matter is I was happy twice a week. Once when the group showed up on Sunday morning and it was bigger than last week, and once on Monday when I got the numbers. The rest of the time I was miserable. Why? Because going from 200 to 400, you break through the 200 barrier, and you have to make that shift in pastoring that I talked about at the beginning of the last session. I could no longer pastor it like a small church because it wasn't. I had to pastor it like a medium-sized church, which it was. And to move from pastoring a small church to pastoring a medium-sized church, you have to make a bunch of changes in the way you pastor. They'll use phrases like you got to go from being a shepherd to being a rancher, from being a pastor to being a manager. And you have to do that when the numbers increase. That's not a wrong thing. It is a necessity. I did that, and I was miserable. Because I am not called, I am not skilled, I am not gifted, and I am not fulfilled in doing the things that are required of a medium or large church pastor. I am called, I am gifted, I am fulfilled, and I am more useful in the kingdom of God when I lean into the small church pastoral gifts. That's where my calling is. And as I've talked to so many pastors over the years, here's what I've discovered. If you remember back to when you first felt a call to ministry, ask yourself, what did you envision that call would be? And if you ask most pastors, they'll say, I felt like I was called to preach the gospel, to pastor the people, to visit people in the hospital, whatever. And they'll go through a list of things that they felt called to do, and almost everything on that list will be small church pastor skill set and calling. Very few pastors will tell you, I felt called to build bigger buildings, raise funds, put together a big staff, right? Now, I'm grateful that there are some who are called to do that, because if every pastor pastored like me, we'd all be worshiping in caves. Nothing would ever have gotten built. So I'm grateful for those who are called to and who are good at building larger resources that we can all benefit by. I'm profoundly grateful for that. But that's not where most of us are called. So the reason it failed, one, we weren't discipling the people we had. Two, it wasn't conversion growth. We were just transferring Christians from one church to the other, and that's not sustainable. And thirdly, I was not operating within my gifting. I was miserable in ministry, and you can't have a healthy church led by a miserable pastor. So during that season, I went to our denominational meetings here in Southern California. And every year, the head of our Southern California denomination would get up and would give a state of the denomination report, as he should. And every year, part of that report was numerical, as it ought to be. And every year, part of that numerical annual report for our specific denomination in Southern California always included a line something like this. Over 90% of our churches are under 200, and over 80% are under 100. I heard that every year for many years. And the percentage points didn't change by more than 1 or 2% any year. No matter what we did, it didn't change. And every time that statement was made, it was followed by a sentence that was some version of, we need to fix this problem. It was presented as a problem with no explanation as to why it was a problem. And I understood it as that, and the speaker understood it as that, and I'm not blaming either one of us. That's simply where we all were. That's what our headspace was. We just assumed that this was a problem. So for years, I would hear these numbers, and for years I would sit there, listen to it, and go, oh no, I'm part of the problem. The person I respect who leads our denomination in Southern California, good person, knows what they're doing, loves Jesus, wants to help the kingdom of God move forward, is telling me that this many churches under 200 and this many churches under 100 is a problem we need to fix. And for all but one of those years, I was under 200, and for a lot of those years I was under 100, which means I was really a part of the problem. And every year it was like, I don't want to be a part of the problem. I want to be a part of the solution. I've got to fix this so that I'm not one of his problems. Now, if I had stated that to him, he would not have said, oh yeah, you're a part of the problem. That was not his intention. I was in that headspace because there was a grasshopper looking in my mirror, and so I heard it through that lens. That's not his fault, that's me. That's on me, not on him. That's how I heard it. Every year, oh no. And then I went this one year, after we'd gone through this huge growth, had a couple years where I was popping my collar going, yep, I'm one of the 10%. That's me. And then I went the next year and everybody's asking, so, still growing? And I'm like, And I sat there and he said the same thing. And have you ever been in a room listening to a speaker and they say something that triggers your thought process to go off over here? While the speaker is going off over here, your head is going off over there. And for a long time, you don't hear a thing they're saying, right? That may be happening to some of you right now. That happened to me. I knew the next sentence was going to be some version of we need to fix this. And instead of listening to him, I switched from oh no to so what? I remember it clearly. I'm sitting there. He said that statement, and that year I just went, oh, big deal. This again. So what? I don't care anymore. Now, here's the rule. When somebody tells you I don't care anymore, what that actually means is they now care so much that they can't even admit it to themselves. That's what that means. And I was in the so what, I don't care anymore mode because it hurt so badly I couldn't acknowledge it. So, what did I do there? Well, I'm a stubborn guy, so when I say so what, I actually want to find out so what. So I found out so what. I did some research, and here's what my research discovered. The percentage of smaller churches in a group says nothing about the health of that group. So let's talk today about the LCMS church. I don't know what your percentages are. Probably something similar to what I've mentioned because those are shockingly universal. That is not a statement of a problem. The so what says this. Here's the reality. I've done the research. When a group of churches is in a place of renewal and revival, a part of the renewal and revival of a group of churches includes the planting of new churches. It's not the entire thing, but it's part of it. So when a group of churches is in renewal and revival, they are, as part of that, are planting new churches. And new churches tend to be what size? They tend to be small. So when a group of churches is in a state of renewal and revival, and a part of that renewal and revival is them planting new churches, that means they're adding smaller churches to their group, which means the percentage of small to large remains high because they're adding more small churches. Likewise, when a group of churches is in decline, the number of people in those congregations tends to decline, but the smallest churches tend to go off the radar, and so the percentage remains about the same because the small churches are the ones that close, typically not the big churches. So whether a group of churches is in renewal and revival or in decline, the percentage of small to large remains this statistically so internationally, cross-denominationally, cross-culturally. This statistic is shockingly universal. And it says nothing about the health of the churches in question. You need more information than that. There's nothing wrong with giving that information. We need all the information we can get. But you need more information than that to tell you about the health of the churches in question. So I went from oh no to so what. And then the Lord helped me move from so what. Here's the thing about so what. I had to go through so what, but I had to go through so what. Don't stay in so what. You just become one of those irritating Facebook friends, right? I had to go through it, but I had to come out the other side of it. And when I came out the other side of it, here's where I came out. Now what? Okay, our church is small. Now what? All right, there are a lot of small churches in the world. Now what? What are we going to do about this reality? They say the first job of the leader is to define reality. I believe that profoundly to be true. Our first job is not to cast a vision. Our first job is to define our current reality accurately. So there's a lot of small churches, part of defining our reality. Now what do we do with this? From this, I want to give you an example. The movie Apollo 13 is a great account of the actual events of what was supposed to have been the third moon landing, but partway up, they get damage to their spacecraft, and what was going to be a discovery mission turns out into being a rescue mission, and they don't know if they're going to be able to get the 3 astronauts back at home alive. And the movie recounts one problem after another problem. There's one point in the movie where they rush into Houston ground control, and they say, we got a problem with the air filters. We're about to run out of air filters. He goes, how can we run out of air filters? He says, because they didn't use the landing module. So they've been using only the filters where they are now. And he says, well, the landing module is still attached. Have them go into the landing module and bring them over. They did that. They're a different size and shape. To which the guy at Houston Ground Control goes, tell me this isn't a government program? They're on the same ship, but they're in different shapes. So the next scene shows a couple engineers taking a couple large boxes of material, and they dump it out on a huge table in front of the other engineers. And essentially what they tell the other engineers is this. Everything that's on this table is everything that's on Apollo 13. So using only what's on this table, we have to figure out how to fit this filter, a round filter, into a square hole. We have to put a filter that's not designed to go into it, or they die and the clock is ticking, get the job done. And you look at the table, and there's not a single item on that table designed to do that job. But that's what you got to do. I do not know of a better word picture for what it's like to pastor a small church than that. Really? This is the mess you gave me, Lord? Yeah, that's the mess, and the mission stays the same, and lives are at stake. Get the job done. See, they don't make movies about people who have unlimited resources and unlimited time to get the job done. They make movies about people who didn't have the right stuff and didn't have the right time and got the job done anyway. And that's where we are in our small churches. We look at the table and we go, really, this mess? This is what I'm settled with? Yeah, and the mission stays the same. How many of you have heard somebody in recent years say the phrase, you got to get the right people on the bus? Right? It's a very common saying. It actually comes from a very good book called Good to Great by Jim Collins, a really, really good book. And his premise behind Get the Right People on the Bus is, if you have the wrong people on the team, the whole team will fall to pieces. So the first job, one of the first jobs after defining your reality is putting the right people in the right places, which is a great thing to say, which is a great thing to use in a big church if you can. But in a small church, get the right people on the bus. You don't understand. These are my people. This is my bus. You're acting like I have choices here. There's no getting the right people on the bus. I have an Apollo 13 table mess, and this is all I've got. And this is what I have to work with. These are my people. This is my bus. What you call the wrong people, I lovingly call my church members. That's what it's like in a smaller church. Let's acknowledge that. That's where we are. We face that kind of challenge on a regular basis. And now we get into something that I like to call, why is my church so weird? This is why your church is weird. And here's the deal. The smaller your church is, the weirder it is. I'm going to explain why as we go through it. Part of it is, first of all, because we've got an Apollo 13 table mess. This is we have limited resources. And so the smaller the church is, the stranger it's going to be. Why is my church so weird? Let's walk through some of this. Here's something that is, I think, universally true. People will come to small churches. Yay! But they won't give up quality to do so. Oh. Why does the first half of that sentence inflate us and the last half of that sentence deflate us? People will come to small churches. Yes, they will, because fully half the Christians in the world already do. Right? And not all because they don't have choices. Not most because they don't have other choices. They will come to small churches, but they won't give up quality to do so. So why is that discouraging? Because we have the wrong picture of quality. We have an IKEA picture of quality, and quality in a Starbucks-sized place looks different than quality in an IKEA-sized place. Here's the deal. Quality looks different in a big church than in a small church. In a big church, quality is obvious and easy to see. There's a technical excellence and so on that's just right there. In a small church, quality is going to be more relational. It's harder to see. Just like I can drive along the freeway, and every time I see that IKEA, I just stare at it because it's so big. But in the meantime, while I'm staring at that one IKEA, I might have passed 20 Starbucks. Didn't see them because they're small. Doesn't mean that they don't matter, they're just small. So that's what often happens. We miss the quality in a small church because they're smaller, but it's not a lesser quality, it's a different type of quality because of their size. So what does a healthy small church look like? Let's take a look at this Venn diagram now. There we go. There. Oh, I went up too much. Oh, should I leave it alone? Because I know they're trying to give me, there we go. Okay. They're giving me and that at the same time. I'm just going to let the tech guys do that and try to not mess it up from here. So you've got big church essentials on the left. You've got small church essentials on the right. There is an overlap. And here's the way this works. The reason I came up with this Venn diagram is when I was doing my research and reading books and going to conferences about big and small churches, anytime there was an explanation of the differences between big and small churches, the visual they used was always either a ladder or stair steps. And so it'd be a church of 50, a church of 100, church of 200, church of 1,000, church of 5,000, right? Stair steps or ladder. Now, when you see stair steps or ladder, even if this isn't the intention of the person who designed the graphic, what automatically is in your head and heart about the difference between those on the bottom of the ladder and those on the top of the ladder? better, worse. Right? That, even if that's not the intention of the person who designed the graphic, that's how it hits our heads and our emotions. Better, worse. So I wanted to come up with a graphic that explained the differences between big and small that didn't leave us with the impression of better or worse. And this Venn diagram does so, because here's how the Venn diagram works. The bigger your church is, the more overlap you will have with other big churches. The smaller your church is, the less overlap you will have with other big churches. Bigger your church, more overlap. Smaller church, less overlap. Right? And we look at that and we go, that just makes, yeah, of course, that makes perfect sense. So how does that translate into the typical small church? Well, as your church is really small, there's less and less that you can learn from our big church counterparts. The bigger you grow, the more help they can provide for you because you are more in their circle. It's not that what they're teaching is wrong or bad. They're not unintentionally leaving anybody out. But when they're teaching from a big church circle, if they're 2,000 and you're 20, that overlap is minuscule. There is always an overlap because there are always things that are common in every church. But the smaller your church is, the less the overlap. Now, as you go to 200, there's a little more overlap. As you go to 500, there's a little more overlap. So the bigger you get, the more help you get. Even though the smaller you are, the more help you need. This is not intentional. This is just simply a function of how size tends to work. So the basic principle behind it is many big church principles simply don't translate well into a small church context. Nobody is doing this on purpose. Nobody is leaving you out on purpose. Nobody is saying we don't want to include you in this. But when you live in the big church circle, it's really, really easy to just simply forget, or if you've not been taught this that I had to discover for myself about the differences, I don't even realize that this can't translate down by the numbers. Here's an example of it. Imagine that you're a pastor in a church of 2,000 and you go to a conference by a pastor of a church of 20,000. At that point, your Venn diagram of circles is almost a complete overlap. I know, 10 times difference in size, but once you get to that size, things change, and here's why. Let me add one more thing to an illustration, and then I'll tell you why. I'm going to add these little circles here, and each one of these circles, while the circle on the right stands for things that are in common for all small churches. So the part in the brown there, right here, okay, the part in brown right here is what all the small churches have in common. But those little circles stand for individual congregations, and you're going to notice three things about the little circles. One, they're all different colors and shades. Two, they're all different sizes. And three, none of them touch. And here's why. Because while the brown circle on the left, the brown part that's still brown, that stands for all the stuff that small churches have in common that we can share with each other and go, oh, you too, I didn't know that was the same with you. That's great, we find common ground. That little circle is the part of your church that makes it different from any other church on the face of the earth. So small church pastors actually have to master three sets of principles. We have to know the universal church principles that all pastors need to know, the part where the two big circles meet. We need to know those. Secondly, we need to know the universal small church principles, the part in the brown on the right, that small churches share in common that we're often not taught. And thirdly, you have to know your specific context very, very well. Because here's the deal. The smaller the church is, the bigger the unique part of your DNA is. That's why your church is weird. Because the smaller your church is, the bigger your unique DNA fingerprint is. And here's why. It's because of something called the law of large numbers. The law of large numbers. The law of large numbers is a sociological phenomenon. I discovered it in some of my non-church reading, actually. I read it and went, I wonder if that applies, and sure enough it does. The law of large numbers states, the bigger the crowd is, the more predictably it behaves. This is how every polling company works, right? When a polling company does a poll, and if it's an accurate poll, it's because they followed three basic principles. One, they've asked the right questions. Two, they've asked them of the right demographic mix. And three, and here's the key for our thing today, they've asked of a minimum sample size of people. Minimum sample size matters. So for instance, if you want to do for all of California, you got to do at least 3,000, 3,500 people, something like that. If you want to get an accurate number for all of the US, you've got to do something like 7, 8, or 10,000 people. You can't survey 70 people and then just add zeros and get an accurate count for the entire country. You don't have enough people. You don't have minimum sample size. You've got to have 7, 8, 9, 10,000 people. Right questions, right demographics as well. And then you can add zeros and you will be right within 3 points of error because you've got minimum sample size, okay? So how does that apply to churches? Again, if you're in a church of 2,000 and you are listening to a pastor of a church of 20,000, your circles virtually overlap. Why? Because at 2,000, you're above minimum sample size. Everything they talk about, you drop a zero and you can do. Parking issues, yeah, we just have fewer parking attendants. Multi-graded kid ministry for how do you have a new program? Yeah, we've already got that. Staffing issues, we've just got 10%. We've just got 10% of your staffing. But we've got staffing, we've got parking, we've got multiple age departments. We've got all the stuff, we've just got 10% of what you've got. So you just take a zero, you drop a zero, and you do it in yours. So 20,000 down to 2,000, drop a zero, you're good to go. 2,000 down to 200, just drop another zero? Nope. Because at 200, you're under minimum sample size. At 200, at that size, it's not just a matter of dropping another zero and doing the same thing. You're doing it completely differently. It's not a matter of you have fewer parking lot attendants. It may be a matter of, what's a parking lot? Right? There's a lot of pastors watching this today who are going, yeah, we don't even have a parking lot. It's just the grass next to the church, and everybody knows where it is. Right? There's a whole bunch of things they talk about at these big church conferences that you go, it just doesn't apply to me. 20,000 down to 2,000, it applies, just drop a zero. 2,000 down to 200, most of it doesn't apply anymore because of the size differential, because you're now in a different type of thing. It's not the same thing, only smaller. It's a different thing. And then from 200 down to 50, it changes again. And then you can take two churches of 50. They can be in the same town, of the same denomination, on the same street, and you might as well be on two different planets. When Shelley and I know this, when we're going to go to a conference, if we hear it's at a megachurch, we know what to expect. And every time we know the parking is going to be like this. We know that the greeting is going to be like this. We know that the ushering is going to be like this. We know that the music is going to be like this. And every time it's fulfilled. And that's not a bad thing. There are certain things that simply need to happen at that size. But if we hear we're going to a small church of 50, flip a coin. Who knows what you're getting that day? It's going to be an adventure. Why? Because this church of 50 has 50 different people than this church of 50. Now, I know what you're thinking. This church of 2,000 has 2,000 different people than this church of 2,000. But in a church of 2,000, the individual personalities get flattened out by the crowd, and so the similarities are really what you notice more than anything else. But in a church of 50, here's the deal. In this church of 50, why is this church of 50 so different from each other? Because in this church of 50, when they lose one family, there goes their entire children's ministries department. Not just the workers, but they took all the kids with them. Right? And in this church of 50, when that one person that we all love doesn't show up for church one Sunday morning, we all breathe a little bit easier because now we're not going to have that awkward confrontation in the lobby, at least this Sunday. Right? And don't think you don't know what I'm talking about, because every one of you watching right now has a name and face in mind right now, and don't pretend you don't. I know you do, because here's the rule. Every church has one. And if your church doesn't have one, some other poor church has two. So pray for them. And there have been some weeks where I'm convinced there's 3 churches near me without one. I'm telling you, it's right. But here's the deal. In a big church, they've got that interesting person too, but that just means the pastor gets a weird email once a week. That's fairly easy to deal with because the size of the crowd flattens that out. But in a small church, that one person can ruin your Sunday, can split your church, can drive you out of ministry. That one person has huge impact because the flip side of the law of large numbers, the bigger the crowd, the more predictably it behaves. The flip side of that coin is the smaller the crowd, the more impact each person has, for good and for bad. So I just described the bad. One person can ruin your Sunday, can split your church. One person, unless they have extreme powerful position, can't do that in a big church. The size just kind of washes that out. But in a small church, you can have multiple people who can have that kind of impact. But it also goes that way for the positive. One of the primary reasons, and I've talked to a lot of people who go to small churches and ask them, why do you attend a small church? Not just that specific small church, but a small church in general. And one of the main reasons they give is because their ministries fit in a smaller context. And they can't be used in a bigger church. They don't have the kind of ministry that works there. I'll get into that a little more in a moment. But the smaller the crowd, more impact each person has. For bad, as we talked about, but also for good. Here's how people have impact, and one of the reasons they go to small churches. I want you to imagine that you play a little guitar. And you show up to a mega church, and on that Sunday morning, they are singing songs from their latest album. If you play a little guitar, you're looking at that, and while you're appreciating what they're doing, you're going, I am never getting on that stage, am I? No, you are not. Wouldn't be good for them, wouldn't be good for you. You are not getting on that stage. But if you play a little guitar, and you show up at a church of 50, you'll be leading worship in a month. In fact, it may not take a month. If they find out you play guitar, they're going to ask you, is it in your car now? Right? And when you talk to small church people, and why do they go to small church? One of the main reasons they give is this: because my gifts can be used in a smaller congregation, and it can't be used the same way in a bigger congregation. For instance, Shelley and I, my wife and I, were speaking at a conference like this at a mega church a few years ago, church of about 2,000 to 3,000 people or more. And they had just gone through a big retrofit of the entire building. They'd rebranded everything. They'd painted everything, new logos, new slogans. They'd taken out walls. It had cost them a couple $100,000. The pastor was proud of it, was showing it to me, and I loved what they did because it was not ostentatious. It made sense. It worked for them. It updated stuff in a way that it needed to be updated, and I congratulated him at the end of it, and it was wonderful. And as I was walking away, I thought, well, that's the way the big church does it. But in a small church, you're not hiring an architectural firm and a graphic design firm. In a small church, here's what happens. You've got a handful of women who decorate their house nicely. And 4 times a year, they go into your church's attic or garage or basement, and they find the material from this season last year, and they pull it all out and they sort through it and they toss through the stuff that's broken or is just too old to use again. They replace it with a few items from Walmart, and they decorate your lobby and your sanctuary nicely for harvest season, for Christmas, for spring, and for summer. Am I right or am I right? Do I know my audience or do I know my audience, right? All right, here's the deal. Part of the reason those women go to that church is because if they were at a mega church, they could not use those gifts. It wouldn't be appropriate. You can't ask 3 ladies who decorate their house nicely to do a retrofit on a mega church. It doesn't work. It's not that they have a lesser skill, they just simply have a different skill set. And in a small church, we don't have the money or the need to hire a graphic design firm. Those folks have been doing it for years, are doing a great job, and everybody loves it. And every year they come in and go, oh, I love that extra touch they added this year. It works in that small church. It's right for their context. So that's one of the reasons people go to a smaller church, is they can have an impact there. Their gifts can be used in a smaller church where it might not be used in a bigger church. It's not because their skills are lesser. It's not because the big church is rejecting them. It's simply that different things fit in different circles, and that's all. So let me take a look at this circle and let me walk you through the 3 biggest differences between big churches and small churches in these circles. Big church principles tend to center on process, systems, and programs. And by that, I do not mean to say in any way that that's what matters the most to big churches. No. Big churches are just as centered on the gospel of Jesus, on reaching people, on the Great Commandment and the Great Commission. They are just as centered on that as small churches are. But when the leadership gets together and spends their time sorting out how to pastor the church, they spend a lot of time on processes, systems, and programs, and then they teach it to others. Why? Because the size of the church demands precision in those things. But small church leaders, they tend to center on relationships, culture, and history. So let me walk you through those 3 key words. All 3 of those things matter in big churches, but they're dealt with differently, and they're much more foreground in a small church. First of all, relationships. I often am asked by small church pastors, do you have a discipleship curriculum that you would recommend for a small church? And my answer is, whatever works for you. Now, how can I be that relaxed about it? Here's why. The best system ever designed for discipling people is not a curriculum. The best system ever designed for discipling people is the system that Jesus used, the Apostle Paul used, and all the early disciples used. It's a system called mentoring. Mentoring is the best way to disciple people. We, in too many of our churches, have become curriculum-centered, and we've abandoned mentoring for curriculum. Curriculum isn't wrong, but curriculum needs to be used in supplement to mentoring and not in replacement of mentoring. Now again, because from a big church context, they're concentrating on the curriculum because they can duplicate the curriculum, hand it to a ton of different teachers, and make sure that what they're teaching stays between proper theological guardrails and has a proper timestamp on it so they don't get lost in the weeds. So curriculum is helpful to do those things. But in a small church, even the pastor is not going to do most of your discipling through curriculum or even on Sunday morning sermons. The smaller the church is, the more the pastor is going to be involved hands-on in mentoring the congregation. And the key to mentoring that is different from curriculum is relationship. Discipleship has to have relationship in it or it's not discipleship. Too often what we call discipleship is just getting the classes done. In a lot of our churches, we think we're discipling our people, and we're not. We're just getting them through the classes. Discipleship, by its definition, has to have relationship at its center. Now, it doesn't have to be a relationship with the lead pastor. In good, healthy, big churches, they understand this, and so they make sure that relationship is happening in small groups and ministry teams and in classrooms. And they work really hard to make sure that the people leading those small groups are having proper relationships with the people that they're mentoring. Mentoring still takes place. But in a small church, the pastor is going to be more hands-on with that, going to be more relational with that. So, should we learn how to preach better? Yes. Should we make sure we've got good curriculum up? Yes. But the main thing that the small church pastor works on is not curriculum, it's not even preaching. It's the relationships that we have with our congregation members. The bigger the church grows, the more those relationships will happen with the leadership, and you will duplicate that into them, and then they will have relationships. But in a smaller church, it's much more direct to the actual congregation. So don't push away from that. Embrace that as part of what it means to be a good and healthy small church pastor. Relationships. Secondly, culture. Culture. When I say culture, I don't mean one church is contemporary and another church is traditional. That's style, that's surface. Culture is beneath the surface. Culture is the unwritten set of rules that governs everything a church does. The unwritten set of rules that governs everything a church does. When somebody says, well, that's just the way we do it in this church, they are making a statement of culture and they don't even know it. Often, the strongest culture enforcers in your church do not know they're enforcing culture. They're just doing stuff the way they've always done it. That's what culture is. Now, the best teaching I've ever seen on culture is Jesus' parable of the sower. And in it, he talks about 4 different types of culture. Let me walk you through it. You're familiar with it, so I can go through it in a fairly short period of time. Jesus talks about the sower who goes out to sow the seed, and he randomly scatters seed on 4 different types of soil. I remember even as a 10-year-old kid sitting in church hearing that parable and going, that's the worst farmer I've ever heard of. I was a city kid at 10 years of age, and I knew you don't just randomly scatter the seed. You find good soil, you dig a hole, you put the seed in the hole. Even I knew that. And of course, Jesus' first listeners knew that too. That's why he told the story that way. That was his tip of the hat going, this isn't really about farming. That was why he did it that way. This is about something other than farming, because that's a bad farmer, okay? So it's not about farming. And what he says is, you got the seed. It goes on to 4 different types of soil. In this metaphor for what we're going to say today, imagine the seed. Jesus said, is the message that is heard. We can also talk about it as a mission or a vision that a pastor wants to present to a congregation. The different types of soil are 4 different types of culture. So I want you to imagine in a church, you as the pastor present an idea and you go, hey, I've got this idea. You throw this seed out there. And the congregation responds with, we don't do that in our church. If that's the general response you get to a new idea, you have the first type of soil in your church, the hard soil. The scripture actually calls it the pathway. You know how a pathway becomes a pathway? Because it gets walked on all the time. And when someone gets walked on all the time, they get hard. Most stubborn churches didn't get there because they wanted to be mean. They got there because they got hurt. They've been walked on. When I first came to our church, after 5 pastors in 10 years, they were a little stubborn because they'd been walked on. And we needed to spend some time softening their hearts. What we want to do is we want to go into the stubborn culture and be stubborn ourselves and start jackhammering it away. And if you do that, it's like 2 people fighting over the steering wheel in a speeding car. Everybody gets hurt. If you've got hard soil, you know what hard soil needs? It needs to be softened. It needs water. And it needs time. So if you've got a stubborn church, what we did for the first 7 years, remember what I told you? What did we do? Worship services and potluck socials. Why? Soften their hearts. Help them get to learn to love Jesus and love each other again. Soften their hearts. I didn't go at it aggressively. I didn't jackhammer everything. They'd had 5 jackhammers in a row. They needed someone who's going to be patient with them and acknowledge their hurt and soften their spirits. And so we did that. So that's the first soil. Second soil is you present an idea and they go, hey, that's a great idea, Pastor. And then nobody shows up for the planning meeting. If that's what happens in your church, it's the second soil. Jesus says the seed goes in, it grows up, but then the heat of the day withers it away. Why? Because there's no depth. There's no depth. Some of us are pastoring shallow churches. And if the typical response is, yeah, let's do it, but nobody follows through, we need to help them mature. We need to help them go deeper. We need to help them understand that being involved in a church isn't just coming and sitting and listening to the sermon. It's getting involved. It's getting on mission. We need to help them mature in their faith. If they're willing but not following through, that's a sign of immaturity. So we need to help a church mature. Third type of soil, you present an idea and they go, that's a great idea, Pastor. Let's add that to the 17 other things we're signed up for this week. And there you've got yourself a busy church. Jesus says the seed goes into that soil and it grows up all right, but it grows up among weeds, thorns, thistles. And Jesus says the busyness of life chokes it out. And a lot of us have a busyness of church. So we present an idea and they like it, but there's so much else going on that they can't, everybody's spread too thin. And why does that happen? Maybe because the church used to be big and we had all these programs because we had the space and people for them, and the church has gotten smaller, but nobody's had the heart to cut out any of the programs. Or maybe because we're watching an IKEA-sized church and, oh, that's the program that's going to do it, and we add it to the existing programs. In the next session, we're going to talk about how to trim some of those and how important it is to simplify our ministry. And then the fourth soil, Jesus says the seed goes in and it grows up and it produces a harvest. Why? Because it's not hard, it's soft. It's not shallow, it's deep. And it's been cleared of weeds, so there's a simplicity to it. And that's what working a culture is like in a church. Now, in a big church, they understand the importance of culture. But what you'll hear from big church pastors is, Pastor, you go in and you establish that culture and you keep restating that culture and you tell them what that culture is and you lead them in that culture. And they are correct in a big church context. But if you go into a small church, the older the church is, the newer you are, and the younger the pastor is, the more this applies. If you go into a small church, and you say, I'm going to run the culture, God bless you at your next church. You will not last long there. The job of the new pastor, especially in the smaller church, is to understand the current culture, show them that you appreciate and understand the current culture, and then they will give you a participatory role to play in moving that culture forward. You don't go in and run it. That's not how it works in a smaller church. You gotta learn the culture. You gotta show them you appreciate the culture, and then they will help you participate in leading the culture. Yes, we gotta get up to a place where we're leading it, but you gotta have their buy-in to even let you lead it. And the smaller the church is, the more that applies. The older the church is, the more that applies. The younger you are or the newer you are in the church, the more that applies. So that's culture. And then history. And we're just about done with this session. History. Small towns have long memories. And so do small churches. In a big church, they're remaking history. These are the good old days. Let's take a look at the future. They're future-oriented. Small churches need to be looking to the future as well, but they need to do it with an acknowledgement of their history. If you are in a small church and it feels like your history is dragging you down rather than a foundation that you're building on, I'm going to walk you through an illustration that happened in our church, and you can take with it as much as helps you in yours. So I showed up at our church, 5 pastors in 10 years. The church had celebrated their 50th anniversary shortly after I arrived. Here in California, that's an old church, relatively. If you're watching from back east, that's a baby, I get it. But the church had been around for a while and did that. So, history. So I get there, and we're moving forward, and we get to the 50th anniversary of the church. And we set up a big display of pictures from the founding of the church, bulletins from the founding of the church. And I found this, and I took this picture of it. It's a newspaper article from one of those free giveaway newspapers that they used to give away at the 7-Eleven. And it's actually from 1965, so just a year or two after the founding of our church. And as you can see from the headline, it says, "The church can work with delinquents." Now, if you're watching and you're under 40, delinquent doesn't mean they're late in paying their bills. Back in the day, when kids were running around the neighborhood making a mess of things, we called them juvenile delinquents. Today, we call them at-risk youth. That's a better term. But back then, we called them juvenile delinquents. And the beginning of this article is really amazing. It says that this guy was an institutional caseworker and probation officer, and for months, he looked for a local church who would help him work with juvenile delinquents and couldn't find any churches that would help him work with at-risk youth in their community. And then he said, "Until recently." And then he describes meeting our church's founding pastor and our church's heart to reach kids that had not been reached before and do new things in a new way for today's youth who are facing things in a way they've never faced them before. And he goes on for 3 pages in the local secular giveaway newspaper at 7-Eleven about the founding of our church. And I took that picture because as I'm reading that article, 150 feet to my right, in our church parking lot, for the last 15 years, we have run the only skateboard park in Fountain Valley. Why do we have a skateboard park? Because 15 years ago, when we resurfaced our parking lot, all of a sudden there was noise outside, and we went outside, and there were skateboarders everywhere because we had the smoothest surface in town. And me and my youth pastor looked at each other and realized we got one of 2 options. We can either buy a whole bunch of no skateboarding signs, or we can find some ramps. And we decided that churches on defense put up signs and churches on offense put up ramps. And so we put up ramps, and over the last 15 years, more kids have come into relationship with Jesus, and more of their family members have come into relationship with Jesus by first coming to that skate park than anything else that we've done. So I took that picture. Why? Because if somebody ever comes along to me and says, "You know, our founders of our church would be appalled if they knew you had a skateboard park in the holy place of a parking lot of this church. Our founders would be appalled. And if they do that, I will pull out my phone, I will show them this, and I'll go, you know what our founders said? The church can work with delinquents." Now, I get it. Not every skateboarder is a delinquent. But it's a higher percentage, let me tell you. It's a challenge. So what am I saying that for? Here's the deal. If you feel like the history of your church is an anchor dragging you down rather than a foundation on which to build, don't fight against your church's history. Go deeper into it. If you go into your church's founding documents and you find why your church was started, what you'll discover is this: churches are not founded by sticks in the mud and fuddy-duddies. Churches are started by pioneers and visionaries, and they make pioneering and visionary statements. If you go to your church's founding documents, you will not find, I guarantee you, you will not find any statement that says, we are going to worship Jesus out of this hymn book sitting on these pews until Jesus returns. You will find statements like the church can work with delinquents, or we're going to reach out to a new generation in a new way, or we want to discover what God is doing now in our community. You will discover visionary statements. Build on that. Honor your past by the spirit of what they said, or as I like to phrase it, don't do what our founders did. Think like our founders thought. Our founders founded the church they founded because they wanted to do something new. And the spirit of that can still be alive in your church today. You don't have to reject your church's history. You can build on it by going deeper into it. I came across it by mistake. I believe if you look for it, you're going to find it as well. And that's our break. Come on up, Dominic. And that's what you're going to see after lunch, the next 2 sessions.
Wonderful, Carl. And, to me, it seems like it is so much about thinking. And we're talking to a bunch of pastors. We're talking to a bunch of church workers. And equally, our members are seeing other churches and playing that comparison game. Mm-hmm. How do you bring members along to show them that the small church is a healthy church?
Yeah, Greg, what the history thing we just talked about is a big part of that, because a lot of it is I really feel for the long-term member whose church changes, because they came to a church because it did these things in these ways. And then it changes, and they feel like it was bait and switch or something, right? But here, what we have to do, first of all, is we have to teach them what the church is really all about. The church is about the Great Commandment, the Great Commission. We'll get into that in the first session after lunch, big time, how to reestablish that with the church again. So here's what the church is really all about. Here's what our founders said the church was really all about. Here's what Jesus said the church was really all about. How close or how far are we from that? And do our current traditions aid in that or hurt in that? And in many cases, your current traditions can aid in that. I'm not anti-tradition. I'm just anti any tradition that gets in the way of the mission. I'm also against any church that's got to do the cool new thing other churches are doing just because it's the cool new thing, but it's not relevant to your context. So I'm not anti-new thing. I'm not anti-tradition. I'm anti-anything that gets in the way of the mission. So reestablishing the mission in our hearts and in our minds over and over and over again, and then digging into your church's tradition and history and understanding why did they do it that way, and help them understand the why rather than the what.
Yeah, and I sense it is that deep sense of discipleship as relationship, really being one-on-one with the members and drawing out their spiritual gifts and how they play a part in the growth of this ministry. Anything that you can tell us about spiritual giftedness and how you get at really encouraging that in your members?
Yeah, well, you just mentioned the word relationship, and I talked about it earlier. And the smaller the church is, the more relationship matters. That's another way to help them move forward. If they trust you, they will move forward with you. I remember at 7 years when we started making some big changes in our church. We changed our church name. We moved into that school. We did a bunch of things. And I heard about a couple conversations with people who've been in the church a long time. And a couple of them raised issues with, just another change. And one of them said, he's been here 7 years. Yes, we went through 5 pastors in 10 years, but this guy's been here 7. He's built a level of trust. I think I can make the change now. In the first year, first 2, first 3, I couldn't have. 1, because of their history, and 2, because I hadn't developed a relationship of trust with them. And trust takes time. The only way you build trust with people is you got to do 3 things. You got to do the right thing, you got to do it every time, and you got to do it for a long time. And anytime you break any of those, you lose trust. But in relationship, if you're doing that, you build trust, then they will go with you if you go with them on that. So it comes back to relationship, it comes back to trust. And the smaller the church is, the more that matters.
Yeah, the more that matters, definitely. Well, thank you, Carl.
You got it.
We're going to take 30 minutes for lunch. So we're at noon Pacific time, and we'll come back at 12:30 Pacific time. So why don't we take that 30 minutes, and then we'll be back with Carl Vaders.
Got it.
Thanks. Hey, welcome back to our Small Church Essentials Church Conference. And we just want to take a minute to thank Christ Lutheran Church in Costa Mesa and Pastor Drew Ross and worship leader Chris Peterson to really help us to put this conference together. I mean, obviously you see it. The facilities are beautiful. The media is great. We can keep definite distance from one another, which is wonderful. But this is just a great church. I encourage you to check them out online as well. So even though they're a big church. But it takes all kinds, right?
Even though.
So we're going to welcome Carl back out and for sessions 2 or 3 and 4.
3 and 4.
Excellent.
Yes. Thank you very much, Dominic, and thank you all for coming back, and those of you who come back online over the next few minutes. This is always the fun session of the day, the right after lunch session. Although if you're back east, you probably just had a snack and you're getting ready for your pre-dinner nap. I don't know, whatever it is. As long as I stay awake, we'll keep going. Anyway, another reminder as we go through it, all of the slides, once we get to the notes, we'll have the URL for all of these notes, carlvaders.com/LCMS2020. You can go there at any time. There's no reason for me to ever take those down, so you can go there at any time and check back on the notes, hand them off to somebody else, correspond with this video if you're watching it at any time that you do so. So what we're going to be talking about in this session, and actually before we get to that, these next 2 sessions will be slightly shorter than the first 2. One, it's after lunch, so I know how attention spans work because mine works like yours does. And after lunch, it's a little shorter, but we're also be getting into some more practical things. And then in the 4th session, we will be taking a look at some of the very, very recent information that we've been learning about how to deal in pandemic, coming out of pandemic, and those kinds of things as well. So in this session, we're going to take a look at how to discover and use what your church does well. And the first principle to understand, and this is your church does something well, or it can do something well at its current size, in its current condition, in its current place. You don't need to wait for later for your church to do something else. You don't need to copy what some other church does. Everything that I'll be talking about in this session is not going to be how to take the latest, coolest ideas from some other church and do it at your church. This is going to be how do we understand the DNA of our church and do it better for the glory of God and for the advancement of the kingdom of God. That's what we're going to be talking about. So in order to do that, I want to start with a little study that I did a few years ago that was actually a little embarrassing, but that's okay. I've already told you I'm a small church pastor and that I've been to therapy, so how much more embarrassing can it be? But a few years ago, as I was looking at the whole idea of pastoring and readjusting my idea of what pastoring was, I decided I'm going to do a Bible study on pastoring and see what the Bible says about pastors. And at the time, I'd been in pastoral ministry over 20 years. So I got out my Bible software and I put in the word pastor and got back 0 results. I put in the word pastoring and got back 0 results. I put in the word pastors and got back 1 result. And I discovered 10 years ago what I should have known for the first 20 years in pastoral ministry, which is the word pastor gets 1 mention in the New Testament. Now, some translations will add, like at the end of John where Jesus says, feed my sheep. Some translations will say, pastor my sheep. But other than that, to refer to the position of pastor, we get 1 mention in the New Testament, and it's in Ephesians 4, verses 11 and 12. And if you know that passage, you know that in that passage where pastors get the only mention we get in the entire Bible, we don't even get the spotlight all to ourselves in that passage. We have to share the spotlight there with 4 other ministry gifts: apostles, prophets, evangelists, and teachers. So, pastors, we get 1, as pastor-centric as our churches are, we get 1 mention, and in that 1 place, we don't get the spotlight to ourselves. We need to share the leadership with others. and we're given one assignment to do in that one place. So it's an important thing for pastors to know. I have since come to call it the pastoral prime mandate, and it is this. Ephesians 4, verses 11 and 12, the only place that the pastoral role is mentioned as pastor, and I get it. There's presbyters, there's elders, there's bishops, and all of those can apply to the role of pastor. I don't want to play any game with the wording here, but for that specific term that we use for pastors, we get this one mention, and along with evangelists, apostles, prophets, and teachers, we are called to do one thing in that passage, and it is not to do the work of ministry for the people, it is to equip God's people for works of service. So, since discovering that, I've told my congregation that on a regular basis. It's not my job to do ministry for you. It is my calling from God to equip you to do ministry for each other. That is the pastoral role. So, in recent years, there's been a lot of talk in church leadership that strikes my ears. I don't believe this is how it's intended by the teachers, but it strikes my ears as you need to pastor less in order for your church to get bigger. If you're pastoring your people, you're going to be the funnel for everything. And if you're doing too much pastoring, you've got to be more of a manager. You've got to be less of a pastor. I get what they mean by that, but I think the way they state it is often problematic. I believe what they mean by that is, Pastor, if you have to be the one who comes up with every idea, get there early, unlock everything, turn on the heater air conditioner, vacuum the floor, make sure everything's set up, lead in worship, do the preaching, say goodbye to everybody after they leave, lock it all up after you've turned everything off, then do the midweek Bible study and make all of the hospital visits and go through the whole list. If you've got to do all of that, yes, your church will not just be limited in its numerical growth, it will be limited in its health because you're enabling them to sit and be passive consumers of religious goods rather than discipling the congregation. So, if that's what they mean by stop pastoring so much, I agree, stop doing that. But what I just described is not pastoring. What I just described is enabling. If we're going to look at what the Bible says pastoring is, there's no limit to that. We shouldn't do less of that, but we should do it more biblically. Equip God's people for works of service. Now, as we talked about earlier, in a smaller church, that's going to happen more one-on-one with mentoring. The bigger the church gets, the more the lead pastor is going to mentor and lead staff members and lead volunteers to then mentor the church members. But if you're in a small church, your primary job is not preaching on Sundays. Your primary job is not showing up at every hospital visit. Your primary job is not doing ministry for the congregation members. Your primary calling from God is to equip them to do ministry. That's not my idea. That's Ephesians 4, verses 11 and 12. That is what I now call the pastoral prime mandate. Now, I wanted to describe that for you, one, because it's so essential for us to understand as pastors, but two, also because it will now help us in building our way towards a healthy church. Let me walk you through the three essential elements of a healthy, effective church and how we typically get there. There are three essential elements of a healthy and effective church. This kind of answers the question that we had at the beginning of the second session as well. The Great Commandment, the Great Commission, and now what I call the pastoral prime mandate, equipping God's people from Ephesians 4, 11, and 12. When we add those three things together and you're doing those three things, you have a healthy church. Here's how a church typically goes from ill health towards health. You can go to some churches that aren't doing any of those things. When I first showed up at our current church 27 years ago, after having 5 pastors in the previous 10 years, they were not equipping God's people, they were not reaching out to their community through the Great Commission, and they barely liked each other. So they weren't even doing the Great Commandment very well, loving God and loving each other. One of the reasons that subconsciously I knew, and it was subconscious because I didn't have a plan for this, why subconsciously for the first 6 or 7 years, all we did was worship services and potluck fellowships was worship services, love God, potluck fellowships, learn to love each other, Great Commandment. So for the first 7 years, we just worked on the Great Commandment. And if you do that, if you don't do any of them, you'll have an unhealthy church. If you do the first one, add the Great Commandment, you will have a loving but ineffective church. So at year 6 or 7, when I'm sitting there looking at the church and going, okay, I think we got a good church going here. I think it's healthy now. What I really discovered was it was a loving church, but it wasn't being effective. We weren't reaching our community. Why? we had learned how to love God again. We'd fallen in love with Jesus again. We'd learned how to like each other again. We were getting along, but we were keeping it all inside. We weren't doing any outreach. We weren't affecting our community at all. So if you remember back to that, when I brought into our church leadership and said, what do we do with this? Their response was, let's take this wonderful blessing that we've got now of a church that's following the Great Commandment, loving Jesus, loving each other, and let's share it with the community. So we added at that point the Great Commission. We were a loving church, but now we wanted to be effective. When you add the Great Commission to the Great Commandment, now you're loving God, you're loving each other, and now you're sharing that love of God and love of each other with others. You then have overworked pastors and passive members. Again, my church story. What happened? We started reaching out to the community. We started coming in. We had to rent a big room in a local school. It blew up like crazy numerically. And at 400, we had to hire staff for 600. Why? Because the staff was worn out. Why? Because we weren't discipling people. We weren't helping them to know how to serve each other. We weren't teaching them how to feed themselves, and the more people we had, the harder we had to work, and the more we did it, the more they let us. And we ended up with 400 people sitting there every Sunday going, impress me, preacher boy. I mean, not consciously, but at least not that I saw. But that was kind of, and me working really, really hard to impress them. And it was more burden on me and not less burden on me because we were doing the Great Commandment. We were loving Jesus. We were loving each other. We were reaching out to the community. People were coming in. But we weren't equipping the people that were there to mature in their faith. So the pastors were overworked, and the congregation members had turned into a passive audience. And I don't care how big your church gets. If that's what you're doing, that's unhealthy. Thankfully, the Lord would not allow us to get bigger under that faulty model, and part of our collapse was to force us to look at things in a more healthy way. But it doesn't matter how big your church is getting. If the pastoral staff is doing all the work and the congregation is just audience members, it's unhealthy. You have to add the third part. You have to equip God's people for works of service. You got to do the pastoral prime mandate. And when you do that, then you have a healthy and effective church. And most churches move from ill health to health in that order. Our church did. Most churches that I've talked to who have gone from unhealthy to healthy have done so in that order. They start with worship and fellowship. Great commandment, love God, love each other. After the church becomes healthy and stronger, then their outreach begins to take on a new vibrancy and a new passion, and new people start coming in. Because Jesus said it, by this will all know that you are my disciples if you love one another. If you're doing the Great Commandment, that will attract others to come in even as you go out to share the gospel with them. And then in the middle of all of that process is the discipling of God's people. Now, that doesn't necessarily happen in that chronological order in every church like it did in ours, but I think that's the priority order that churches have to go through in order to get to a place of healthfulness. So if you're in a church that the church is loving and caring and worship is wonderful and people are loving each other, and you're wondering, why isn't the church growing numerically? You got to ask yourself, are you doing the Great Commandment but not the Great Commission? Or if you're doing the Great Commandment and Great Commission and maybe there's a lot of activity and people are coming in, but you as a pastor are worn to a frazzle with all the work, you got to ask yourself, are you pastoring them or are you enabling them? Are you actually equipping God's people or are you just doing all the stuff for them? And I'm not asking you to pastor less, and I'm not asking you to pastor more. I'm asking all of us, including me, reminding myself to pastor more biblically, equip God's people. Everybody benefits when we do that. The pastor benefits when we do that. The congregation benefits when we do that. The community benefits when we do that. One of the questions I often get asked by small church pastors, and especially bivocational pastors, I get this question a lot. They say something like, I don't know where to put my time. I feel like every hour that I put in pastoring the congregation is an hour that I'm not doing outreach to the community. And every hour that I do outreach to the community, I feel like it's an hour I'm stealing from pastoring my congregation. Which should I do? Which should I invest in? Pastoring my congregation or reaching to the community? And my answer is this. Teach the people you have to reach the people you don't have. If we pastor more biblically, if we equip the people we have to reach the people we don't have, nobody gets left out and the whole burden is not sitting on the pastor's shoulders. That is simply a more biblical approach. So that's how we get to health. Now, how from that, that's our starting point to discover what we do well, is to understand what biblical pastoring looks like. We've got to start equipping God's people based on that. Now, let me start talking about how do we start to narrow the vision so that we're doing something well that we know we can do well. There's an old story about a guy who's walking around a farm, and he comes around the side of a barn where an archer has been shooting arrows into the side of the barn. And as he comes around, he sees that there are 5 painted targets on the side of the barn, and in the center of each target, there's an arrow. And he looks at the archer, and he looks at the barn and thinks, wow, 5 arrows shot, 5 dead center bullseyes. That's amazing. How'd you get to be so good? You must practice all the time. And the archer doesn't say anything in response. The archer goes over and pulls all 5 arrows out from the barn, puts them in his quiver, walks around to the other side of the barn. On the other side of the barn, there is nothing but a barn door. No targets, nothing. Just a barn door. And 5 times the archer takes an arrow out. 5 times he aims at the barn door. And 5 times he misses like crazy. And there are 5 arrows totally set apart from each other in 5 different spots. None of them has hit the target. And the guy watching wonders, what has he got? Is this stage fright because somebody's watching him now? He couldn't have gotten this bad this quickly. The archer doesn't seem to be upset at all. Instead, the archer goes over to the side of the barn. He picks up a paint can with a paintbrush, and he paints a target around where each arrow hit. He hit, and then he put a target around it. Now, what does that have to do with pastoring? I want you to imagine that this archer, instead of shooting 5 arrows, shoots 100 arrows. If you shoot 100 arrows attempting to hit that barn door, maybe 50 of them will still hit randomly, but maybe 25 of them are going to clump in this area, and another 25 are going to clump in that area. The more arrows you shoot, the more patterns you're going to see. And once the patterns start emerging, and you start recognizing because of the stance of the archer, because of the prevailing wind that day, because of all kinds of other factors, these are the 2 spots we tend to hit a lot. What you do then is you take a look at, if this is where I'm hitting a lot, so what do? I'm going to paint a big target there, and I'm going to shoot there on purpose. So here are the principles behind that. As a pastor of a church, trying to figure out what we're supposed to do, don't read a book on what the cool church down the street is doing. First thing you want to do what you know to do. Shoot arrows. And what does that mean for the church? Great commandment, Great Commission, equip the saints. 99% of God's will for your church is exactly the same as God's will for every church. Great commandment, Great Commission, equip the saints. We're all called to do that. But we spend all of our time obsessing over the 1% that makes us unique. Forget about that. Forget about unique. Just do good work. Just shoot the arrows. Do the Great Commandment. Do the Great Commission. Do the equipping of the saints. Do what you know to do. And then as you're doing it, start paying attention to what works and why. Where do you keep hitting? For our church, for instance, a few years ago, we were trying to figure out what is our specific mission? How is it that we're unique? And we just started doing the stuff every church should do. And I started noticing a pattern. So I remember specifically going to our deacon board one week and saying, I think I may have figured out one of the things God is calling us uniquely to do. And they said, oh, good, we've been looking for that. I said, you notice how last Sunday we said goodbye to so-and-so? Yeah. And remember how last month we said goodbye to so-and-so? Yeah. And remember how 2 months ago we said goodbye to that? Yeah, thank you. We're losing people. We get it. I said, but did you notice anything that they had in common? What do you mean? I said, every one of them left, not because they were mad at the church and not even because they got a job transfer. Every one of them left because God had called them to a new place of ministry. 2 of them were college students who had graduated from the nearby local college that we had helped to intern as well and had gone off to ministry. One was actually a family who had been called into full-time missions. And then I started going through the list. I said, in the last year, and I listed 8 or 9 different people or couples or families that had left our church specifically because of a call to a ministry. And I said, I think that's one of the things we do well. I think we're a sending church. We disciple them up, and we send them out. I said, I think that's what we're supposed to do. Here's where our arrows have been clumping. What I want you to do is I want us to paint a big target around that, and I want us to do it on purpose. We need to figure out what we do, and then we need to do it on purpose. And when we do it on purpose, then we're going to hit it more often. And I said, now here's the challenge. If we do this on purpose, we're going to lose more people, and the people we're going to lose are going to be our best people. Because here's what happens. They come in and they're raw and they're untested, but we see a gifting in them, and we work with them and we help them hone that gift, and they get better at it, and we spend time and energy and money and relationship on them, and they get really, really good at it. And just as they get really good at it, so that they're actually going to start paying us back in their skill for all that we've invested into them, some other church hears about them, calls them and says, we can actually pay you to do that here. And this volunteer that's been working for us for free, they're so unholy, they actually want clothes on their back and a roof over their head, so they take the paying job. And they leave us. And I told our deacon board at the time, I said, that's what's going to happen. We will lose them, and we will constantly be working with the B team, because the A team is going to be hired away unless the Lord does something where we become larger and we can hire some of them ourselves. We are likely to be a sending group. And they said, that sounds like kingdom growth to us. We're in. Now, anytime you can get a deacon board to say that, hang on to them like crazy. That's a good deacon board right there, let me tell you. And that's what we've done. That's been part of our strategy, part of our mission moving forward. It also answers the question, well, if you're doing kingdom work, if you're actually reaching people for Jesus, you should be growing numerically, and if you're not, you must not be. Well, no, because we keep losing people for those reasons. We keep sending them out, and we got to replace them. So the door going out is people with high level of ministry experience and skill, and the door coming in is brand new people who don't know Jesus yet, or who have just come into relationship to Jesus that we have to disciple from ground zero. So it's hard work coming in, and then we're losing a lot of the discipling people going out. But that's part of the work that God has called us to do. And we did it not because we did not sit down 10 years ago and go, our 10-year plan is to become a discipling congregation that loses our best people. Nobody would design that. But when you see it happening, you can choose to say yes to it. So whatever yours is, do the kingdom work. Great commandment, great commission, discipling God's people. Now pay attention to the patterns, pay attention to what works, see what they have in common, and then you go, this is what God is calling us to do well already. We know it because we're already doing it well. Now let's paint a target around it. Now let's do it on purpose. And then after you discover what you do, which is what I just described, after you discover what you do well, do it on purpose. And then after discovering it, and then deciding to do it on purpose, then you need to do something that I call front-loading the value. Feature what you do well. There are too many churches that do what journalism schools call burying the lead. In journalism, burying the lead is, have you ever seen a headline to an article and you go, oh, that's interesting, I might want to read it. And in the first 2 or 3 paragraphs, it's about Uncle so-and-so, I had an Uncle so-and-so, and he did this, and he did this, and he did this. By second paragraph, I don't know Uncle so-and-so, I don't care about Uncle so-and-so, I'm going to read something else. What I don't know is that in paragraph 3 is when they go, and because of Uncle so-and-so, that's why our church is so involved in the ministry of suicide prevention. Now, I might be interested in knowing how to do a ministry of suicide prevention better, but you buried the lead. You put it in paragraph 3. If you had said that sentence as your first sentence, our church has become involved in the ministry of suicide prevention because of what happened to my uncle. Now I want to know about your uncle. Now I'll go through the story because I know what it's about. Too many of our churches bury our lead. So we start doing the gospel stuff. We pay attention to what we do well. We decide, here's the thing we're going to do. But then people have got to go through layers of stuff in order to get to it. Whatever your church has decided, this is what we're about, you ought to make it front and center of everything you do. Quick example. There's a small church in a tiny town called Ione, California. Ione is in Northern California. It is right next to one of the men's state penitentiaries. There are more men in the penitentiary than there are people in Ione. And I know a pastor from Ione because I met him at a conference. And he told me this. He said, years ago, we started discovering that we were really good at reaching kids. tiny little church, tiny little town. But he said, we've got the state penitentiary next to us, and because it's a men's penitentiary, the women who are connected with the guys, whether they're the wives or the girlfriends or whatever, they're constantly moving into town with their kids, and the women don't have jobs, and the kids are running through the streets. And we're good at reaching kids, and we didn't know how to reach these kids. So we actually went to our schools, and we asked the teachers, what's the best thing we can do to help you reach these at-risk children? And they said they need backpacks to get back to school in September. They're getting their books, they're dragging them on the ground, they're forgetting them because they don't have a backpack to put them in. So they said, we did a backpack drive, and we made sure every kid going back to school had a backpack. In the winter, we give them boots. In the summer, we give them stuff for summers. And bottom line is, 3 or 4 times a year now, this tiny little church brings the entire community together to do these giveaways for these at-risk kids that before, and still, to a certain degree, I'm sure, are causing a mess in the community. But they're saying, we're not just going to, shove them off to mom or dad to deal with. We're going to bless them while they're here. For the short season they're here until dad is moved to another prison or is released and they move out of town, we're going to bless them. This is not a long-term strategy for growth because those people will leave. But it's kingdom work. It's widows and orphans, folks. Or pretty much close to that, right? That's really what we're dealing with here. And they just said, we're going to do that. And you know what? They are now known in that town as the church that cares for kids. You cannot touch that church without seeing the words, the church that cares for kids. People in that town know them more as the church that cares for kids than know them by their actual name. Because what happened? They were doing the Bible stuff. They discovered we do kids well. They saw a need in their community that was desperate. They got the community behind it to reach it, and everybody who touches that church knows if you go to that church, you're going to be about ministering to kids. Now, I know some people are going to go, well, what about the adults? What about the grown-ups? You can't be just about kids. Well, they've chosen to be just about kids, and here's why. Before they were just about kids, they weren't doing anything well, and now they're doing one thing well. Sounds like a move forward to me. And it turns out that little kids need big brothers and sisters, need grandparents, need aunts and uncles. So everybody in the church gets involved, of every age. People of grandparent age get to do grandparent things for these little kids and get to know them and get to have relationships with them and help them move forward in their lives and feel sad when they leave and continue to write and email them and connect them with them on social media after they've long gone. Why? How did that happen? They didn't sit there and go, I know we're going to do a whole bunch of hard work to people who are going to leave our town so our church will never get bigger. No. They did the gospel stuff. They noticed which part of it they did well. They said, we're going to invest in that, and then we're going to let everybody know this is what we are about. Now, if you're going to do that, if you're going to figure out what one thing you do, and the smaller you are, the fewer things you should concentrate on. The big challenge becomes, if you're in a long-standing church, how do you trim it down to just 1 or 2 things? This is the hard thing facing an awful lot of pastors, especially pastors of long-term churches and especially pastors of churches that used to be larger. So, let me start with another illustration. People who live in big cities, like let's say Manhattan, and maybe they're in the fashion district or they're in the entertainment industry or something. Every time they step into the street or go to work or go to apply for a job, they're judged by what they wear, and they have to dress really well. And I, of course, am a fashion maven, as you can tell, so I know all about this. And these people who do this, they have something they call the closet rule. And the closet rule is this. If you have to keep up with the latest fashions, but your closet is only 3 feet wide, you observe the closet rule. And the closet rule is very simple. You don't put in a new garment until you're willing to take out an old garment. That's the closet rule. We need to observe the closet rule for our churches. Don't add a new ministry until you've dropped an old one. And a lot of our churches need a 2-for-1 sale. We do. We are the busy soil in Jesus' parable of the sower. These ministries that used to be of value, these ministries that have a great heritage and history, these ministries that got us where we are, these ministries that we value and we love and are precious to us, many of them have instead turned into weeds. And they are sapping of us of our energy, and we are too busy. and we need to simplify. And I'm saying it with cringing on my face because I know how hard that is because I've had to do that too. I'm not talking theoretically here. I have had to do this as well. But we've got that rule in our church too. We're not going to add a new ministry until we've dropped an old one unless our closet grows. Our closet grows if we get more people. Our closet grows as we train more leaders. Our closet may grow if we get more budget. There are various ways that the closet grows. But as long as the closet is this size, we are not adding any new ministries until we remove old ministries. So how do we make a decision of which ministries to drop and which ministries to keep? That's the challenge. The answer is not easy, but it's simple. You get the difference between easy and simple, right? Golf is a simple game, ball in hole, but it's not easy. Okay, this is simple, but it's not easy. We need to ask these two questions that pastors almost never ask. What do you do well that you'd like to do more of? And what do you do poorly that you'd like to do less of? Have you as a pastor or you as a church ever asked that question? What does your church do well that you'd like to do more of? What does your church do poorly that you'd like to do less of? You'll notice this is not what's the cool new church down the street doing. This is what you do well, your current DNA. And it's not what did we used to do well, what's been grandfathered in. No, what currently do you do well? How about we do more of that? What do we currently do less of? How about we do less of that and take the energy and time in the things that we get rid of and put them into the things we do better? Let's put less energy, less time, fewer resources into the things we aren't doing well and take those and put them into the things we do well. Here's a quick example of that. 3 years ago, at around this time of the year, the woman who had been doing kid ministry in our church came to me and said, by the end of the summer, I can't do it anymore. So I knew I had until the end of the summer to come up with someone else to oversee kids ministry. And it's a small kid ministry because it's a small church. She had 2 people who'd been helping her, neither one of which were ready for or equipped for leading the ministry. But we had an internship program at the time, and at the end of the summer, I knew that we were going to have interns coming in. And one of the interns was an 18-year-old girl who had a passion for kid ministry but had never led kids before. So I realized that my job that summer was to figure out how to simplify our children's ministry so that it could be run by an 18-year-old girl who'd never done it before. That was my job. So I sat down at my computer and I listed what are the key things that our kids ministry does, and I had 5 things. Sunday morning, Wednesday night, VBS, 2 other things. And then I looked at them and I prioritized them. I said, what's most important to least important? And I put them in that order. Most important Sunday morning, least important, can't remember what it was, but I put them in order of priority. And then I looked at that list and I asked myself, what would happen if we stopped doing all of those and only did the one thing we're best at? So before doing it, I actually went to the 2 folks who were helping out and proposed them that idea. Their response was, can we do that? I said, well, I'm the pastor and I'm proposing it, so I'm going to say, yes, we're allowed. And they said, so all the time we've been putting into these 4, we can just put into that. Yes. All the energy, all the creative ideas that we've been trying to spread into 5 different places, we can put into one place. Yes. You know what their response was? They were relieved. They weren't upset, they were relieved. Now, a couple parents were upset because we couldn't do this or this anymore until they discovered that the one thing that all the kids had to go to Sunday morning while mom and dad were in church got so much better because all the creativity, all the resources, all the time, these 2 volunteers had been volunteering on Sunday morning 1 month on, 1 month off. You know why? Because these 4 other things had them exhausted. See, in a big church, if you've got 5 events for kids, you've got a different team doing the 5 events. In a small church, the same people are doing all 5. So we took all of their resources, all of their ideas, all of their energy, all of their hours, and put it into one thing. And it got so much better. And the people who volunteered said, we'll volunteer continually. We don't need to do 1 month on, 1 month off anymore because this is all we're doing. And it increased the relationships. Everything got better. So it's not easy to do. But the answer is simple but not easy. And when you do it, then you're taking all of your energies, all of your resources, and you're channeling them into better places. Not based on what the cool church down the street is doing, but based on what you already do well. Part of the challenge we have with doing this, and part of it was actually one of the questions that was earlier about longtime members who may be upset when things change. Here's one of the answers to that question that I said would be coming up. We have what I call in church a destination mindset. And we need to move out of the destination mindset into what I call a process orientation. And if you're watching online from outside of California, I know that just sounds like the weird, funkiest California phrase ever, but trust me, it'll get better. Destination mindset, process orientation. A lot of us have a destination mindset when it comes to church and a lot of things. And here's what I mean. We think, okay, we're going to start a church here, and we got a picture in our head of what church looks like. So we buy a piece of land, we put a building on it, we bolt the pews to the floor, we put a hymn book in, we put a denominational name on the sign, we hire a full-time pastor, we got a big pulpit on the stage with a plaque on the side that says, "Don't you dare move this pulpit until every person in the family that donated it has died for 3 generations." And we get there, and it takes so much time, so much energy, so many resources to get to that spot. When we arrive, we go, oh. And when you arrive at a destination, what do you stop doing? You stop moving. Too many of our churches have a destination mindset. We got a picture in our head, and it may be the picture I just gave you. It may be a totally different picture. The picture doesn't matter. We've got a picture in our head. This is what church looks like. We get there, and we go, and then 20 years goes by, and we haven't changed anything because we're at the destination after all. And 20 years later, we look around and go, how did we lose touch with our community? Because they moved on, and you didn't. And I've been in some of these churches. Some of them haven't even dusted the fake plants on their stage in a decade. Right? I mean, we're sitting there going, yeah, oh, yeah, he's been in my church. No, I haven't, but no, maybe, I don't know. Right. We land at these destinations, and then we can't figure out why we've lost touch because we got a destination mindset. Instead, we need to have a process orientation. What do I mean by that? Okay, I want you to imagine that you decide you want to run a marathon. You've never been a runner before, but near your house, there's a high school, and behind the high school, there's a quarter-mile track. So you decide you're going to get on that quarter-mile track. That way you can keep track of your mileage. And you get out there and you run around, you're going to do 4 or 5 that day, and one time around, you're wiped out. But you're determined, so the next day you get up and you do it again, and one time around, you're not quite as tired. By the end of the week, 2 or 3 times around and you're making it. By the end of the month, you're going around this more and more. A couple months later, you're just going out and you are doing lap after lap after lap after lap. I want you to take a look at my finger here. What my finger is doing is a process. A process has 2 ingredients to it. It has motion and it has stability. Motion and stability. What we usually do is we settle on one or the other. The destination mindset says we're going to be about stability. Boom. And we don't move. And everything around us moves, and before we know it, we're out of touch. And then we decide on motion. So we do this. That's what happened in our church. 5 pastors in the 10 years before we came, every pastor who came along had motion. But there was no stability to the motion because everybody had a different idea, a different ministry, a different mission. And by the time we showed up, they were just like, just let us slow down for a while. We've had too much confusion. So we did. We allowed them that time to catch their breath. And we as a church, we as a family needed to catch our breath as well. But what we did was we set in place a process. So we have a process in our church for new ministries. And here's our process. It's fairly simple. You can take or leave or edit this at your discretion, however it works in your congregation. Our process is really simple. It's this. We are always improving our least effective ministry, and we're always improving the least effective part of our facilities. Always improving our least effective ministry, always improving the least effective part of our facilities. So, what ministry is working least effectively now? Let's fix it and bring it up here. And now, and we always lead with ministry. Now, sometimes because we fixed this ministry, like when we did the kid ministry and we fixed it, we realized we now have to upgrade our kids ministry area to fit the new way we're doing kid ministry on Sunday morning. So now the least effective part of the building had to be increased. Everybody in our church just knows, it's part of the DNA. We don't even need to say it anymore. You know, if you're in our church, you know there will always be a ministry under construction. There will always be a part of the building under construction. Always. It's a constant innovation, renovation. It's constantly, whichever thing we're doing least well, let's make it better. And now, we've been doing this long enough that we don't have anything that's in disaster mode. We don't have anything where it's just like, oh, don't look there, that's horrible. Everything's going fairly well. So now it's not a matter of fixing a broken thing. For years, it was fixing the most broken thing. Now it's fixing the least effective thing. Is it working? Yeah. Is it okay the way it is now? Yeah. But is okay good enough? No. We can make it better, so let's make it better. And now when this goes up, now there's a new thing that's least effective. And so what will often happen is some things will get that renovation more often. Youth and kids will get that renovation more often. Seniors, not as often. They simply don't need the renovations as often. And they don't use the building all that differently, so that it doesn't need to be upgraded all that often. But that is our process. Whatever process works for you, the process allows for forward motion, but it also gives people a comfort level with the change because they know the reason for the change. And once you get the process in place, you discover the truth behind this wonderful saying that was taught to me over 20 years ago. Churches can handle change, but they don't like to be surprised. We have this wrong idea about churches that they can't handle change. Churches can handle change. The church is about two things at the same time. The church is about worshiping a God who has never changed and will never change, as seen in a collection of books whose newest editions are 2,000 years old. That's a whole bunch of stability. And we are about life transformation. That's a whole bunch of change. The church is about both stability and transformation at the same time. So the church should be able to handle change and transformation because that's what we're supposed to be about. But if you give us a process, the process gives us the stability, but it also gives us the forward motion. It gives people a comfort place. People in our church don't wonder, why are we changing this again? Because we always improve the least effective part of the building. We always improve the least effective ministry. Once you know that, you can roll with the changes easier, as long as they're not surprised. And with that, and the last one for this session, and then we'll take another short break here. In order to help people get there, we need to give leaders more time than we typically give them to ponder big decisions. Let me give you a short illustration from our church. And especially if you're in pastoral leadership, this could help you with your leaders. And it's about the idea of discovering what we do well, narrowing in on that, and having to get rid of other things to get there. So there's a whole bunch of transformation that needs to happen to get to that singular thing. I made the mistake for a couple years of coming in with a big idea, and by the end of the meeting, let's all get on the page and let's move forward with it. And I kept getting resistance, and I didn't know why. And what I discovered was this. People who can handle change, but they don't want to be surprised, like I said. So give them opportunity not to be surprised. And so I have a rule with our leadership team, whether it's our staff or whether it's our deacon board. If I have a large decision I need them to make, I have made them a promise. I will never present a big decision to you and ask you to make a final decision about it in the same meeting that I first present it to you. I will give you at least one meeting's advance notice. So for instance, at year 7 or 8, when our church was finally healthy, we decided we were going to do outreach. At that point, we realized our church had a really bad reputation in the community, and we needed to have a new church name. So that's a big change. So I presented it to our lay leadership. We need to change our church name. Here's why. And then the rule is we pray about it, we go home, and you don't even talk about it until we get together again for our meeting next month. You're going to go home, you're going to think you're going to pray about this big change. So they went home, they did that, came back the next month. At the end of the meeting, I said, okay, let's talk about this big thing that I dropped on you last month about changing the church name. Here are the reasons why again. You've had a month to think about it, to pray about it, to meditate on it. What do you think? Immediately, the longest serving, most respected member of the deacon board spoke up and said, Pastor, first thing I thought was, you're not changing the name of my church. I thought, oh man, I'm dead in the water here. And he says, then we went on vacation since the last meeting. I said, yeah, I noticed you were gone those 2 Sundays. He says, yeah, on the 2 Sundays we were gone, we looked for a church to go to on Sunday, and my wife was looking through the list of churches nearby, and she was reading off the names. She got to one name, and she read the name off. And I said, oh, I don't want to go to that church. It sounds like some dull, old, dry, boring church. And she said, Al, that's exactly the same name as our church. If I was holding a mic, I'd drop it right now, right? And he said, I didn't realize until then, when I heard it through a different voice, how our name is perceived in our community. And if you doubt it, because that story sounds like one of those made-up preacher stories, doesn't it? Like, it couldn't have really happened that way. It's actually in the book Small Church Essentials. And Moody, when they read it, actually emailed me and said, that story about the name change, can you prove that happened? I was like, how? They said, well, the guy that it happened to, can you get a hold of him? I go, yeah, he's still in the church. Okay, can you write it up exactly as it is in the book in letter form and have him sign that it actually happened that way and send it to us? So I did. As it's written in the book, I wrote it up just like I told you. I brought it over to his house. He read it through and went, yeah, it happened exactly that way. He signed it. So today, in Chicago, at the headquarters for Moody Publishers, there is a file cabinet with a letter signed by the guy this happened to saying that's a true story. It's not a made-up pastor tale. Because otherwise, it seems ridiculous. What's my point? My point is this. I didn't have to convince the most stubborn member of the board to get on board because I gave a month for the Lord to do his work on his heart. And what often happens is, by the time we are ready to present a big idea, like the name change, by the time I was ready to present that as even a possibility to our leadership, I had been thinking and praying about it for weeks and even months. So we think about it for weeks. We pray about it for months. We're finally convinced of it. We present it to our leadership and expect them to get on board in 20 minutes? That's not fair. God gave me weeks and months to get on board. We should give them at least one meeting's notice. And if we do, if we give our leaders the respect of time, they will come along with bigger changes than we expect they will. So if we're going to figure out what we do well and how to do it, we have got to figure out summarize the whole thing real quick, right? Great commandment, great commission. Do the stuff you know you're supposed to do. Pay attention to what works and why. Then front load the value. Make sure you're doing that and other people know about it. And then strip away anything other than that. And if you want to bring people through that change, you've got to give them a process by which they can understand the change. And a big part of the process of understanding the change is to give them time to ponder, to pray, to consider, because they then are invested in the change when it happens. All right, that's it for session 3. Looks like Dominic's coming up, and then we'll go into session 4 in a bit.
Yeah, that's great, giving them the time to actually process it.
It's huge.
And for me, it kind of goes along with my question is, and I love this, the innovation, renovation kind of loop that's happening. So you're innovating ministry, you're renovating space, all that type of thing. So given that time, what does it look like just sort of practically on a schedule? I mean, how often can you be doing this loop without just completely exhausting people?
Well, when we first started doing it was exhausting because we'd had decades of undone stuff. So deferred maintenance is what it's called. I learned that term and learned to hate that term, deferred maintenance. And so, yeah, it became exhausting, and we had to give people long breaks in between. But once everything's up and going and it's well, now the changes are really fairly small. So you can be on a regular schedule of change if the changes are small. It's like the apps on your phone. How many of you remember back in the day, original computers where once a year you had to go to the store and buy a box with an update for your software, right? Big change, you had to pay for it, you had to go, you had to install it, and it didn't work right, so you got to get the IT guy to come in and figure it out, and all it is an update for your software. Now, on your phone, I get 17 updates on apps every day, and all I got to do is say yes to the update, right? Why? Because it's more sophisticated, it's advanced further, and it's not as big a thing. So when you first start making these changes, it's like going to the store for the big box. And you do have to give people breaks between that. And that I will leave to the pastor and to the congregation, because that context is going to be different in every place. But the more they get used to the process, it's like the oval. The first time around, you got to give yourself a break. But once you're doing it and you're up to marathon pace, you can run every day. It becomes a part of your life. So this change process has become a part of the DNA of our church. I think if we stopped doing it, they'd wonder what was going on because they've gotten used to it. At first, yes, give them long breaks in between, but then after you're doing it, it can be a more consistent thing.
Yeah, and I think going along with that is your church as being a sending church. I mean, that's a real culture change for a
huge.
Church, right?
Yeah.
So what did that look like? I mean, what did that process look like of moving along all the membership to say, hey, it's okay that we're a sending church?
We did what I said first to the leadership. Hey, here's what's been happening, and then we presented it to the congregation the same way. We had this internship in place, and we realized, hey, we knew we would be saying goodbye to the interns, but then we had a couple key people. A great family that just moved to Papua New Guinea a few years ago to do work for Wycliffe Bible translators, and different places and folks like that. So we said we are going to celebrate this. Just yesterday, 2 days ago, a family in our church who has been fostering kids for years. Finally, yesterday, their paperwork came through, and their foster child has been fully adopted.
Oh, praise God.
And for the first time, they can put the kid's face on social media.
Oh, yeah.
This is our son. and I'm watching this, and I'm tearing up as I'm watching this. And everybody who knows him is like this. And then she puts on it to me, Carl, remember, because they've moved away, so they're a different church now. I still remember the day when the church unveiled 2 full tables worth of stuff to help us start the foster care in our home. We went out and we bought diapers and we bought locks for the doors, because there's a ton of stuff that the government requires your home to have to be able to have foster kids in your home. And they didn't have the money. They had the heart. They had the passion. We knew they were right for it. They didn't have the money. Our little church said, hey, it's Matt and Megan. Here's what they want to do. We know they'll make great parents. Let's do this. And we unveiled it on a Sunday and gave the entire package to them. Didn't cost them anything to retrofit their house to be ready for foster parenting. And on the day that the adoption came through, she went out of her way to say, thank you, Cornerstone, for helping us to do this. So when you can present ministry in that way, especially in a smaller congregation where people actually know each other, that just fuels more passion to do more later on. You want to give them that chance to celebrate it and to see it.
Wonderful. I think it's more meaningful because you're a family. You have those relationships built in.
Yeah.
Oh, that's so good. That's so good. So we're going to take another 5-minute break. And remember, just put those questions in the chat, and President Gibson will filter them on to me. And let's go ahead and take a break.
All right.
was, during the break, Carl, somebody reminded me that being a part of a large denomination, even, sometimes we forget that we are one church, large C church, and not a bunch of independent nonprofit organizations, right? So maybe you can comment a little bit on that, on the role of the small church as part of that bigger network of churches.
Yeah. One of the things that I've noticed over the years, in fact, I was at a very, very large conference last year, and the head of the conference, before inviting me up, asked, I want everybody in the room to stand who got the majority of the training for your current church position in a small congregation. And over half the room stood up. And then he said, and how many of you got like some training in a small church? And virtually everybody was up. But over half of the room, that was where they got the bulk of their training. And some of that is because in a smaller church, we, one, have the need for people to step up even before they're fully skilled at the position. And we've got the grace to allow that to happen because we've got the opportunity. And it's not that the big church doesn't have grace, it's that you can't get on stage in front of 7,000 people and learn how to play the guitar.
Sure. Yeah.
Right? So there are opportunities in the small church to get trained for that. And so the small church has been, for all of the last 2,000 years, often been the primary training ground to send out missionaries and ministers and to train people for ministry. Okay. So that is one of the key things that we do. And it's also a great place for pastoral ministry because you've only got a handful of really large churches. So if all the churches were really large with a whole lot of congregation members in it, you would have fewer and fewer pastors. Mm-hmm. But there's a whole lot of people who have a pastoral gift and a pastoral calling, and if you've got a whole bunch of small churches, then you've got opportunity for them to serve, whereas you can't if it's all just simply going through the funnel of the large church. So there's a whole bunch of different contributions that the small churches make. Like I said at the beginning, they are not as obvious simply because of their size, but they are very significant and have been for all of church's history.
Well, yeah, and this latest situation, I think we've all felt this, is even if you're a large church, you've had to learn what it is to be a small church and how to connect on that level. So I think this last section is going to be critical for everyone on how the small church responds in something like COVID.
Yeah, that's the hope anyway. It's my first time teaching this last session, so you get to be the guinea pigs today.
Guinea pigs, let's see it.
All righty. Yeah, everything's changed, hasn't it? It struck me a while ago as we were trying to figure out our way in the next steps, and as COVID comes and now seems to be coming on a second wave and so on. It struck me that every book I've ever read, every movie I've ever watched, or every TV show that I've ever seen about a pandemic or a worldwide crisis or some end of the world scenario, the grid has either been the enemy or the grid has gone down. Like Terminator, Matrix, Walking Dead, the grid is either caused the problem or has gone down, and you need to learn how to use a bow and arrow to survive. It turns out when it happened, the grid is the only thing working. And all of the in-person stuff is gone, and thank God this is happening now and not 20 years ago when we couldn't get online and communicate to our congregations. It's just weird. And as a small church pastor, I experienced what a lot of you did, which is we're in church one Sunday, and then by next Sunday, we have to figure out how to do the whole thing online, and either we've been doing it poorly or we haven't been doing it at all. And now I, as a small church pastor, in my house, have to figure out how to present a church service, and I've never done it before, and it's not like I can call the tech team. I don't have one. And anybody who is on a church tech team is kind of busy right now at their church, and we all had to figure it out really, really fast. The good news is it's extraordinary how quickly we did figure it out, especially in smaller churches where the weight of technology was such a heavy thing. So that's what we're going to talk about now is what's working in churches that are thriving. And I'm not big on advertising, but the book that it actually isn't out yet comes out July 7th, and I just got advanced copies yesterday, so I'm excited I get to hold it up for the first time, called The Church Recovery Guide. I wrote this in 6 weeks, and we just got it printed today. It was all written shortly after we got into this pandemic and COVID, and it happened before any of the civil unrest that we've been seeing recently, so it doesn't address that, but it is talking about how do we adapt to rapidly changing circumstances and what are some ideas for coming out of this. So everything I'll be talking about in this final session are actually out of chapters 3 and 4 specifically out of the Church Recovery Guide. I want to start with my 3 biggest pieces of advice for congregations who are trying to survive through this and looking at congregations that are not just surviving, but thriving. And by thriving, I don't mean, wow, the church numbers are up. I mean, the church is actually being a blessing and having an impact on their community and really, really helping people adapt and figure out how to live life and negotiate through this difficult circumstance. Our church's attitude through this needs to be, the best picture I've got in my head is like the Red Cross. I have a hard time hearing from churches who are going, I don't know, we need more finances, or we're having trouble keeping the doors open, or whatever. Whereas, when a crisis hits, the Red Cross doesn't come to us and say, we need more money so the Red Cross can stay open. They say, we need finances because they are all going to flow through us to others, because that's when the Red Cross steps up, is in a time of emergency. We as the church ought to be doing that now. Our plea to our congregation members and to our community should not be, help us stay alive. Our plea should be, help us be a pipeline for more resources to flow through us to bless more people. So that's what I mean by thriving. That's what we ought to do. And the churches that are doing that well compared to the churches that are not doing that well, we're going to take a look at some comparisons. But first of all, there are 3 pieces of advice that I have for smaller congregations in this. First of all, small churches need to respond contextually. Years ago, I gave up on the word relevant. Not because I don't think the church should be relevant, but because the word relevant has too much baggage weighing it down. Relevant has come to mean cool. And I don't care if your church is cool. And that's not what relevant does mean, but that's a baggage that's been attached to it. That relevant means cool in some way or another. So forget about relevant. If relevant is a trigger word for you, ignore it. Fine. Instead, we need to respond contextually, which means what? What is the context that I am in right now? Where is my church? What is my community going through? What are their needs? What are the strengths of my church that we can use to help the needs in our community? The best churches, the churches that are surviving now, that are thriving now, that are blessing their communities now, are 1, understanding their church's strengths, are 2, understanding their community's needs, and 3, are using their church's strengths to respond contextually to their community's needs. Respond contextually. Who cares if it's cool? I mean, right now, if there's ever a time in our lives when we don't need cool church, but we need church that works, it's right now. So respond contextually. That's the first thing, especially in a smaller church. We're just never going to be cool. We're not. And thank you, Jesus, it doesn't matter. But we need to respond to our proper context. Secondly, we need to minister personally. Minister personally. In smaller churches, especially during this time, low-tech touches matter more than online church. So as I said earlier, one Sunday we had church, the next Sunday we had to close it down, and a lot of us pastors, we were sitting at home trying to figure out, how do I get online this Sunday? I know because I talked to a lot of fellow small church pastors on Facebook and through email, how do I get there? And my suggestion was this. If all you can do this Sunday is turn your phone sideways, and please always turn your phone sideways. The long screen just drives me out of my mind. If all you can do is turn your phone sideways and hit Facebook Live to be able to teach your congregation on Sunday when they can't gather, then do that. Make sure they see you clearly and they hear you clearly, and then relax. Get it done. Then don't sit there and drive yourself crazy with all kinds of other things about lighting and about all that stuff. If they can hear you, if they can see you, and in a smaller church, all they care is they can hear you and they can see you, and you're good to go. Then spend your time ministering personally. The biggest benefit that you will get out of your phone, especially if your church is still not meeting on Sundays, will not be how you broadcast Sunday from your phone. It will be how you use the dumb part of your smartphone to actually pick it up and go, hey, how are you doing this week? I know we haven't seen each other in 3 months. Your congregation members will be ministered to more and will remember more the personal call they got from their pastor than how well you framed a shot on Sunday morning for church. That's what will stick with them. That call where you called and said, how you doing? And they say, I'm fine, Pastor. And because you know them, because you're a small church pastor and you know that person, you can hear the crack in their voice. And you can pause and you can go, no, you're not fine. I can tell. In fact, I just heard that so-and-so has got such and such, and you're not. I know you. Are you in that panic mode that we've seen you in before? Right? Big church pastor can't do that because they don't know the congregation members. That's not a fault. That's just a matter of size. But as a small church pastor, you know that. So take advantage of it. Minister personally. You can't be there physically, but a phone call and spending a little extra time in the long run, that will matter far more to them than how professional your Sunday morning service looked when you couldn't gather together. So, respond contextually, minister personally, and third, prepare continually. This will happen again. And by this, I don't mean a pandemic, at least I hope not. But bad things happen, and they will happen again. At some point, there's going to be an earthquake, or a tornado, or a flood, or you're going to get snowed in, right? Something, or a hurricane. Something's going to happen. The biggest business in town is going to close, and everybody's going to have to relocate. Some disaster will come. We live in a broken world where bad things happen, and once we get through this crisis, there's another one coming. Now, hopefully not the global size of this one and the depth of this one and the complexity of this one, but something bad's going to happen again. So we need to begin to prepare now for the next one, because the churches that were prepared for this are managing it better. So how do you prepare for the next one? Let me walk you through this. Churches that are responding and thriving during this pandemic have prepared well in 3 different ways. And this is from dozens of congregations with dozens of pastors in dozens of smaller churches. Churches that are responding and thriving have 3 things. 1, they have come into this with resources in reserve, starting with money. I've been pastoring 27 years. I've been in this church for 27 years. For the last 10 to 12 years, I realized that we were not financially ready if a crisis hit us. If a pipe burst, if, something. So we initially put a little bit of money away so that if something bad happened, we didn't have to go to the congregation or we didn't have to put it on the credit card. But then after that, I decided I was going to put a little bit of money away in the budget every day, every month, as prescribed in the budget approved by the congregation, which is the way it works in our church. And I was going to put enough money away until we had 1/4 of our budget in cash reserves. One quarter, so 3 months, 1/4 of the year, 3 months of our church budget we were going to have in cash reserves. It took almost 10 years to get there. A little bit of money every single month. There's certain times when it dipped a little, then it went up a little bit. This little minor emergency happened. We had to dip into it. We got to replenish it. It took almost 10 years, and we finally put it in. And it's been in there now 2 or 3 years. So when this hit, and all of a sudden we couldn't gather, and we didn't know where the offerings would be, and we didn't know what our income would be, and we didn't know if we'd be able to continue to pay payroll, while it was a concern, there was no worry, there was no panic. Why? We've got 3 months of cash budgeted in reserve, ready to pull from. It's there. And we had to dip into it a little bit at the beginning, and then we were able to put back into it again. We pulled out a little bit to be able to buy electronic equipment that we needed right away to put our broadcast up, our service up immediately that Sunday, and immediately people gave to help out. So by the following Sunday, it was put back in again. We've been able to do that without having to go to our congregation all the time, without having to go into debt, and not just finances, but people, knowing who in your church does what skill. Get resources in reserve. Know the strengths and the resources of your church and get them built up. It is not easy and it will take a long time, but when the next difficult thing happens, it will help you be ready. So that's the first one, resources in reserve. Secondly, the churches that have team-based leadership are better than the ones that the pastor does everything. We talked about this a little bit earlier with the pastoral prime mandate. But here's what I've really discovered that's really been interesting. Because this crisis is so obvious and so universal, a lot of churches, a lot of pastors are telling me that for the first time in a lot of their ministries, they're having people in the church who've never volunteered for anything calling up and going, how can I help? Because the need is so obvious, and quite frankly, some of them are bored. They're looking for something to do, right? And here's the deal. In churches that have team-based leadership, they have a team to put them in. In churches where the pastor has always done everything, they've got nowhere to put the volunteers. There's no team, there's no structure to use them. And so here are volunteers ready to step up, and the pastor's got to go, I don't know what you can do, because I'm the one who preaches on Sunday, and I'm the one who gets the thing ready, and I'm the one who does this, and right? Or they do it the way, not quite as well or quite the way the pastor would, and it's like, I'll just do it myself. But the churches that have team-based leadership, which is not a weird, new, funky California idea, remember from last session, it's Ephesians 4, verses 11 and 12. The job of the pastor, along with evangelists, prophets, teachers, and I missed one. I always do that. Apostles, prophets, evangelists, teachers, and pastors. Your entire leadership team, whatever titles you give them, the job is to equip God's people, to put these ministry teams together. So if you've got team-based leadership, continue to strengthen it. If you don't, now should be the warning signal that we had better get better at a biblically based, team-based leadership model in our church. So that when the next thing happens, we've got a team to respond to it, and it's not just one extra boulder on top of the shoulders of the pastor. So, team-based leadership. And the third big difference, the churches that are responding well are churches that are adaptable. Churches that are collapsing. Some churches collapsed within a week or two. They were week to week with their finances. They were so behind on their mortgage when they lost 1 week of offering, the church collapsed. I've known churches that have done that. They didn't have the resource. They didn't have the team-based leadership. They weren't able to adapt. Churches that can adapt can do this better. We talked the entire last session about how to become a more adaptable church. And one of the reasons now is the next time a difficulty happens, we are going to have to adapt. So even churches that are going, I don't think we should ever change, are now looking at it and going, well, I guess we got it. Like we literally physically can't be in the building. That's a pretty big change. And the churches that have not been ready to adapt to circumstances already are finding a hard time adapting to this, because this is a really big change with a steep learning curve for a church that has not changed in 25 or 30 years. But the churches that are used to changing on a regular basis, that have a process in place for changing, they are adapting to this. It's a challenge. It's the biggest challenge we've had, but they are adapting to it much more readily. So those are the three key things that I'm noticing. Start doing this now to prepare for the next difficulty, because another difficulty will come. This will happen again. Get resources in reserve. Get team-based leadership so you even know where to put the volunteers, and start becoming a church that knows how to adapt to events as they change. If you do that, you'll be ready for the next one when it comes along, because the churches that are doing it now are adapting and thriving and blessing their community during this circumstance as well. Let me walk you through a couple other things. And a lot of this is, a week from now, I'd probably teach it differently because it'll be changed again in a week. We all realize that's where that is. But I'm trying to give you as much universal things as I can. Right now, we are all experiencing multiple levels of severe trauma. When we closed our church buildings, it was big, but it was simple. There is a physical threat to people's health. Closing our church buildings will help us to protect our people physically, it's a big issue, but it's a single issue with a single thing that we can do. Let's do it. Have you noticed that the reopening is much more complicated? And it's for multiple reasons. One, because the pandemic turned out to be worse than we anticipated, or at least the responses to it have been. And then we end up with other things added to it, including civil unrest and a country grappling with racism and all these other issues at the same time. So right now, you cannot name a significant area of people's lives that have been significantly affected in the last 3 months. Our families, our finances, racial relationships, politics, church, business, right? You name it. Everything has massive impact, and it's come in these weird waves. So like the first thing hits, and you kind of get used to that, and then another thing hits, and you begin to work through the trauma of that, and then a new trauma hits, and you begin to work through that while still working through the previous one, and another one hits, and now you've got multiple traumas, and you're at multiple stages of recovery from multiple traumas, and it's just piling up. The way we deal with trauma, it was described for us about 30, 40 years ago by Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. And it's the stages of trauma. And even if people have never studied this before, we know it, because anytime anybody in your life has ever said, well, you're in denial, they don't know they're quoting Elizabeth Kubler-Ross. And what she did was she showed us that when people go through trauma, they recover from trauma through 5 fairly distinct but overlapping stages. Initially, it's denial, then anger, then bargaining, then depression, and then acceptance. And it's been a very helpful tool for me in pastoral counseling, because as people get to certain places, particularly if they hit depression, if I can describe to them, but did you go through this part of denial, and then were you angry? Yeah. And then were you kind of like, hey, God, if you'll get me out of this? Yeah. And now you feel depressed, like you're about to give up? Yeah. That means you're just about at the point of accepting it, and you'll be okay. And when they can see that process, you can see the weight lift off of their shoulders. Here's the challenge. We had the initial shutdown. Right, when we first heard about it, we were in Australia and we started hearing about it. And at first it was kind of denial of, it doesn't sound like it's a big deal, it's just another flu. Turned out, right? And then so you start moving through that process, and then a new thing hits, and you're in denial of that until you start moving through, and a new thing hits. So some people are in, depression on the first thing, but they're only in anger on the second thing, and they're in denial on the third thing that comes along, right? And all of it is really, really heightened. And it's all happening at the same time. And here's the deal. Everyone has a default reaction to this trauma. Not only are we all dealing with it in multiple ways, but as I started looking at this, I started realizing denial, anger, bargaining, depression, and acceptance are not just stages that we have to walk through to get to a healthy place from trauma, but we can look at it through a different lens and see them as a default that people tend to go to. So I'm going to put them up on the screen now, but in separate boxes, because we're not talking about how one leads to the other. And I'm going to go through them in alphabetical order, not as a process that we walk through, but as stages that people tend to land on when something bad happens. So, for instance, acceptance. There are some people, every time trauma happens, their default is acceptance. These are the people who say, well, it is what it is. Just got to deal with it. And sometimes what's happening is they're hiding a deeper trauma behind a relaxed attitude. But you got some people that it just seems to flow like water off a duck's back. Oh, it is what it is. We just got to deal with it. I don't know why everybody's so upset. Some people that's their default. They're acceptors. Secondly, you've got people who respond to almost everything with anger. Right? These are the people who are on Facebook going, if you're not angry about this, you're not paying attention. Exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point, exclamation point. Right? Everything is in all caps, and there's 20 exclamation points after every statement. Anger about everything. Now, the thing is, there's plenty for them to be angry about. I look at it and go, yeah, I get it. That's not my default, but I get why you're going there. So some people, they're going to respond quickly and automatically with anger. Some people are bargainers by default. These are the fixers. Well, we can figure this out. We can get our way out of this. And often what you may have is you may have some people who are fixers and they're burning themselves out trying to fix problems that right now simply don't have any solutions. In fact, this may be a default for more pastors than all the others combined. We want to fix this for our congregation members. And there's a certain degree to which we got to go, but I'm not in control of this and I can't fix it. So they're the bargainers, the fixers. Then there are the denial ones. We've all got some of these that are in our congregation as well. These are the ones who go, well, everybody's lying about it. It's an election year after all. By 2020, as soon as the election is over, it's going to be cured. Can't trust anyone. They're all lying to us. Nobody knows. Nobody's got any answers. Forget the face mask. That doesn't count, right? Denial. And again, there's plenty of wrong information out there to support their denial, right? You're right. Yeah, it's pretty messed up out there. But they're just going to stay there. And then you've got those who are just in depression. For years, they used to say that people's reaction to trauma was either flight or fight. They've added a third one, freeze. I'm a freeze. I don't fly, I'm not going to run, and I'm not much of a fighter, but trauma tends to freeze me in position. Just like I'm deer in the headlights, I don't know what to do until I can figure this out, and then I'll attack it. I'm not going to run away, and I'm not going to get mad at you, but I'm probably going to sit here not doing anything for a long time until I figure it out. Freeze. And the depression people are often the freeze folks. They're the ones who, I just don't know what to do. I don't know where to go. It all seems so overwhelming to me. And right now, pastors, you have people in your congregation who, first of all, are at various stages of these working through multiple traumas, and you have different people in your congregation, some of whom are angry at everything, some of whom are in denial of everything, some of whom are just like, well, it is what it is with everything. You've got all of those people in your congregation. And every one of them has a valid reason for being where they are right now. So nobody should just be dismissed offhand, well, just stop feeling that way. No, there's no way. We've never been here before. Everybody's got a different response. Everybody's response is legitimate, even though their response to that response may not be. Their feelings are legitimate. Right now, everybody's triggered by something different. I was dangerously on Twitter the other day. Not a good place to go in the middle of this. I was on Twitter, and a minister actually put out a tweet saying, every minister I'm talking to is dealing with severe trauma right now and is facing things we've never faced. Please pray for pastors. They're having a real hard time right now. That's all it was, simple request. First response immediately was from someone else who has a different history and a different background as in experiencing a different level of trauma, saying, what a bunch of idiots and snowflakes. I knew you couldn't handle it. If you had to deal with what my group of people has to deal with for this length of time, you guys would never handle it. That's why I hate the church. Like, boom, like, whoa. Like, all they did was say, pastors are having a hard time, pray for them. And then, yeah, that's why you can't deal with this. I've got bigger trauma. Here's my trauma. Deal with that. And of course, what that turned into is everybody had to pile on one side or the other. But when I saw it, what I saw was this. I saw one hurting person reaching out for help. In the worst place on earth to ask for that help, by the way, Twitter, okay? But I saw one person reaching out for help and another hurting person who wanted to reach out for help, but their go-to is anger. The only way they know to express their hurt is anger. And they express their anger in that place, and then, of course, everybody else responds with their anger, and all you've got is a whole bunch of really hurting people responding in unhealthy ways and ratcheting up the anger and making everybody feel worse. And the only way I know to fix that is to go back to the relationships with people we actually know and trust. First of all, give it to Jesus. And secondly, spend time with each other, even if it just has to be on the phone for now or on a dreaded Zoom call. By the way, phone call rather than Zoom for me right now every day of the week. Right? Those Zoom things are driving me crazy, right? But that's what we're dealing with. So we've got to recognize these things. We've got to help people with these things. And we've got to make it more relational, because the anonymous nature of a lot of the way we communicate right now is just making things worse. And if we can actually talk to people face to face and just hear them, and don't one up, well, you've got this, well, I've got this. So one person is triggered by having to wear a face mask, and another person is triggered by people who don't wear face masks, and another person is triggered by the horrid cases of racism that we've seen, and another person is triggered by the tearing down of statues by people who have been triggered by the racism, right? And everybody's triggered by a different thing, and everybody looks at the other person and go, I can't believe you're triggered by that when this thing's going on. We're all triggered by everything right now. We need to have a whole lot of grace, and we need to recognize that trauma looks different in everybody. So, the first thing we need to do is, pastors, recognize your own trauma first. You cannot help the people in your church if you're not healthy. So, pastors, you know, it's such a cliche metaphor that I hate going back to it, but it's like they tell you on the airplane every single time, right? Put on your own mask first. Right? Put on your own mask first. Get healthy first. We've got to stop acting like we are incapable of being wounded ourselves. We can't just be the fixers of everybody else's problems all the time. We need to be able to find places of rest and relief from trauma ourselves, do whatever we need, spend time in God's Word, spend time with God's people, spend time with family, seek out professional therapy if you need it, whatever you need to do to get to a place of health and strength and hope again. Don't think that getting busy and fixing other people's problems will fix your problems. That's not how that works. You have to get healthy. You have to stay healthy. So recognize your own trauma first. You cannot help others if you are not healthy. And then last two things. In most churches, especially in smaller ones, I think here's what people are looking for right now from us as pastors. Be a pastoral presence. Everybody's got an opinion now. And they don't need just one more opinion from you. They need a soft shoulder to cry on. They need to know that you see them and you recognize them and you sympathize with their hurt and you feel it too. And you're just there. It reminds me of the beginning of the book of Job. Job should be one of the shortest books of the Bible instead of being one of the longest and by far most tedious books. Is it okay to admit that in church, that I just find Job tedious? If I said that about Matthew, I'd be in trouble, but I can say that about Job, and I think everybody else is going, yeah, I wouldn't admit it in public, but yeah, me too. Job should be one of the shortest books in the Bible. Job goes through all this trauma. His friends show up, and the Bible says, and they sat with him and didn't say a word for 7 days. And they should have left then. And Job would have been comforted by his comforters if they just sat with him. We're too quick to jump on, look at the stupid things they said, and we forget they didn't talk until they'd sat for 7 days. When you sat for 7 days quietly, then you get to criticize them. That's what I figure. That's what, sit, just be a pastoral presence. That's what people need more than anything else. Because here's part of the challenge we've got. When times are normal, leaders inspire change. But when times are disruptive, leaders provide stability. We have been trained to do pastoral ministry during decades of unprecedented stability. Yeah, there have been difficulties, but you look at world history, last 50, 60 years, been pretty easy, seriously stable. And so what have we been trained to do? We've been trained to bring change. We've been trained to disrupt. We've been trained to inspire new ideas and new thought and innovation in people who just won't move. And now we've got a situation where everything is moving and everything is disruptive, and the last thing we need is the pastor coming in and going, and now I've got a cool new vision. Give me a soft place to land. Give me some stability. I've actually got a friend. I'm hoping to interview her this coming week and hopefully make the interview available on my website the following week. And I believe she has a doctorate, and I believe it's in neurobiology, which means how our brain physically works. And in talking with her to prepare for the interview, one of the things that she said to me was, we know this from the way our brains actually function. When our brains are traumatized, as every one of us now, we are right now, all of us, in some form of trauma. When our brains are in trauma, there are actually certain parts of the brains that light up and certain parts that shut down. The parts that light up depend on the person. Anger, depression, they are basically the emotion parts light up. The logic parts start shutting down. Because when you're in trauma, when you're in a battle, when you've got an enemy to fight because they're attacking your home, you don't want to sit there and study the problem. You need action. So the action parts of the brain light up and the logic parts of the brain shut down. And she says, right now everybody's in trauma. Our action and our emotion parts are lit up like Christmas trees, and our logic parts are shutting down. That's just simply what physically happens in our brains right now. So she says, people in trauma can't hear explanations. We are literally neurobiologically incapable of fully taking in explanations when we are in trauma. As pastors, we've been trained to explain stuff to people. Sermon, we're going to explain what's happening here. I spent hours today explaining stuff to you, right? That's what we do. But when people are in trauma, they literally are incapable of hearing it in a way that they can process properly. Their emotions are lit up and their action centers are lit up. And what they need is for us to provide for them a place of stability and as much familiarity and normalcy as possible. So Lori's statement, and we'll get into it in the interview next week, and hopefully we'll put it out 10, 12 days from now. She says, when we do gather again in our churches, what people need more than a good sermon from you is they need as close to they can get to a familiar physicality in their worship service. So if you're in a contemporary church that sings louder songs and claps along or dances or whatever, lean into that and give them as much time to do that as possible. That will help their healing more than your sermon will. If your church is a church that's much more traditional and, whatever it is, whatever that stable worship, fellowship place looks like. There's certain things we just can't do now, but do as many of them in as familiar way as we possibly can, because the physical ability to do that is what we are neurobiologically built to need right now. That will bring us more health emotionally, physically, spiritually, socially, relationally. That will be a greater help to our congregations now than explaining what this means according to the Bible. Now, preach good sermons too. I'm not against that. I'm spent a lot of time talking today, okay? So I'm not saying don't do that. But I'm saying lean into the other. That is actually where a greater amount of health is going to be found. People are in trauma right now. They cannot process explanations right now as much as they need a place to express their emotions and express worship to God and their love for each other in as many physical ways as we possibly can while retaining their physical safety. All right? That feels kind of incomplete, but that's just where we are, because by 24 hours from now, we'll have some new regulation about how we're able to behave when we gather together. So, Mike, hand it off to you. Thank you very much.
Carl, this has just been fantastic, and I thank you just personally. We made a connection with you last November and said, hey, would you? And then I realized that on my way home from the district office, I drive past your church every day, and I thought, we got this guy. This is going to be great. So we really do thank you for that. Just reflecting on the last parts that you've just talked about, a lot of what I do is work with pastors and church workers. We have almost 3,000 of them between our school teachers and our pastors. And the thing we're hearing over and over again right now is how much people feel like our church leaders, our pastors, that they're stuck in the middle of these emotions. And what you have just done for us using Kubler-Ross's stages is so helpful. And I hope our pastors are paying attention to it, because when you're in the midst of getting tugged this way and this way and this way, it wears you out to the point that your own, like you're talking about, emotional level just isn't there to be able to provide that kind of care. How can, in this moment, the leaders, the people of smaller churches, how can they come around their pastors right now and provide that support? Maybe there's 3 or 4 or 5 that aren't bouncing all over the place. I don't know. What are some things that could happen from the church to their pastor to care for him, love him, support him in the midst of this yanking around time?
That is a hugely important question and a huge issue in so many churches right now. First of all, let your pastor know that you are on their side, that you're praying for them, and ask, what can we do to help? Even if their answer is, there's nothing right now, the fact that you offered matters. And then, after they do tell you there's nothing you can do, which virtually every one of us will do the first time, because that's just who we are, that's how we're built, refuse that, accept that first answer in that first call, but refuse to let it lie there. If you need to get onto a couple other congregation members and say, hey, let's, every 3 days make sure one of the, 4, 5, 6 of us, whatever, is making a call, and do a little bit of a rotation, make sure they hear regularly from us, and every time ask again, how can I help you? And then, this is something that I learned in pastoring, if somebody goes through a trauma, a family member passes away, or somebody gets sick or whatever, don't just say, hey, let me know how I can help, because they won't. They just won't. But discover, ask a family member, what do they really need? How are they really? They say they don't need food. Do they really need food? Find out from somebody else. In a smaller church, you're going to know your pastor a little more personally. You're going to know that they have a tendency maybe towards depression or towards anger or towards isolation or towards trying to fix everybody or whatever. So look at that and go, instead of offering to help, which they will turn down, how can we actually step up? And by the time they show up at church to get ready for the next online broadcast, they show up and there's a little gift basket there saying, we love you, we care for you, we know you like this kind of chocolates, right? So don't just ask them, determine, you know them well enough that you can preemptively answer some needs that they won't even admit they have.
Yeah, no, that's good, and I appreciate that, because you just helped us understand the importance of a pastor picking up a phone and calling and checking in. And so for the folks in leadership of the small churches, pick up that phone and call and check in on your pastor too, because that makes such a difference. In the work that I do, I remember early on in COVID, I'd have pastors, would you come and preach for us and preach online? And I said, no, not right now, because what your church needs is you. Mm-hmm. They need to see their pastor in that moment, in that relationship with them. And so making sure that there is some reciprocity, is that relationship of the push and pull of the people of God and the leader of the congregation as pastor are able to find that relationship.
And at this point, to add to this, at this point, it is now the summer. We have been doing this for 3 months. You may not have been in your physical building, but your pastor has not been on vacation, and they need one.
That's exactly right.
So make sure they get a break, because most won't take it themselves, because there's so much going on, and we feel this weight of responsibility usually far too heavily. So if leaders in the church can step up and say, Pastor, we are going to require that you get away for a week or 2 or whatever. You need to get away, even if it's just simply you can't go anywhere because all the hotels are closed, but for the next 2 Sundays, we're going to cover this for you or that for you or whatever. Make sure that they get that break that they will not take for themselves.
Right. No, that's good, and I appreciate you sharing that. I'm going to shift gear a little bit on some of the other things that you were talking about earlier on in the sessions, on context, about the importance of being understanding and connecting with the context. One of our watchers, participants today has asked, if our congregation is wired in a certain way to connect with the makeup of our community's context, or we're better off connecting with people who are more like us, what should we be doing in that, that connection? What kind of relationship should we be building? More for people that are like us because we do that better, or if our community reflects something different from us, should we be moving that direction? What does the small church do when you don't have as much diversity maybe within your smaller congregation?
That is a great question that I may not have an answer for. That's because that's a new. Let me think that through for a moment. My gut is this: you always start with your strengths. So how can we, with our current strengths, meet some need that we see that matches our strengths? But the goal should be that is a first step towards the congregation demographically being a greater reflection of the community. And I think what this is forcing us to do is it's forcing us to figure out how to work outside our church buildings. What a crazy thought.
Right. Which the Lord has just made us all do.
Exactly.
Right? Yeah.
But now as we do it because we have to, and now as we reach out into our community and we're helping to meet the needs of our community and we discover our community, it's what we talked about earlier, through relationship we now build trust, then we can maybe come back to our own congregation and go, hey, now it's not just, hey, there's this weird trend out there and we're all scared of it. Now it's these people who we actually brought food to or who we actually visited or we helped out in this way. How can we develop a deeper relationship with those people who don't look like us, maybe ethnically or age-wise or whatever, but in the necessity of having to do ministry outside, make sure it becomes really relational, because then you can tie people to a commitment through relationship more than anything else.
Sure. The idea of small church, smaller church, and then we also have kind of a movement in the Christian church today of the micro church, the house church. Are those the same or are they different from what the small church is?
Yes. They are the same and they are different.
They are the same and they are different. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. I don't talk much about house churches simply because I've never been a part of a house church movement. I have literally never attended a house church meeting ever. It's just not against it in any way at all, just hasn't been a part of my life. I do believe going forward, house churches are going to be a much more common thing in our culture, and I think this pandemic is going to turbocharge the need for that. What I would love to see is denominations and other church groups of multiple churches start looking at how can we get out ahead of this, and do we need to maybe put together a house church department? The biggest challenges I see with house churches are two. One, finding one that is not theologically nutso. And I'm not saying most of them are. It's simply you don't know until you're in the room. And by then it's like, what am I doing here? So being able to screen that beforehand and know, hey, this has got a basic biblical theology and it's not just some strangeness. So finding one that's theologically sound, and two, finding one. Right? I know people who are in the house church movement, and when they move, I see them on Facebook going, I just moved to such and such a town. Anybody know where there's a house church? Because you don't know how to find them. So we need to figure out ways. I would love it if, like, denominations were able to somehow facilitate this. Maybe somebody within their structure who came out of a house church movement who's able to start putting that together. And that way, I can go to the LCMS website and click the house church tab, and I can see here, and I can click the town I'm in, and I can see that there are 4 LCMS approved house churches in the town that I'm moving to. And by doing that, they have said, 1, here's where they are, and 2, we do believe that they are theologically sound, and then that they are a part. Then they also get the support and the help and the oversight that often they're missing from a group. I don't know the house church movement well enough to know if the people who are in that would even be open to that. But it seems to me that there's something in the mix of what I just said that has some value somewhere, maybe.
Sure. No, I appreciate that. Yeah. I think that one of the reasons, or one of the thoughts that I had as you were just sharing that of some similarity is that it seems like a lot of the house churches have at their core those three things that you've helped us focus on about what the church needs to be doing: Great Commandment, Great Commission, and discipleship making. And whether we're a micro church or a small church or a large church, those are those common things that we should all have, that we're all pursuing for the sake of what the kingdom can be.
Yeah.
I just want to say thank you on behalf of our district, behalf of churches all across the country. As we talked earlier today, there's a lot of folks from a lot of different places that are checking out what you're sharing with us today. The value of our small churches. When you start talking about the 90% number, the 80% number of churches under certain,
under
gathering
200
numbers,
and under 100,
right? That is a huge point for us. So often we put our emphasis on the 10% and the 20% and forget that the vast majority of churches, certainly with our own church body, the Lutheran Church Missouri Synod, are in those smaller numbers.
Yeah.
And to celebrate, to support, and to be engaged in ways like this to see if we can't help equip and partner with each other along the way.
Yeah.
I just want to say to our audience and to all those who've been with us today, thank you for being part of this. Thank you for the half dozen who braved through this event today so that Carl wouldn't have to just speak to empty chairs. But we also want you to know that this piece that we've done today will be available on our Pacific Southwest District website very soon as a resource that you can use in your own congregation. And our goal will be to break it down into those 4 segments so it's easier for you to use. A reminder that what Carl shared with us and that we've also been encouraging you to grab are the notes that go with the presentations. These are things that you can use in your church with your leadership, and you can work through these sections together. Maybe you want to do it for an elders meeting where you say, okay, we're going to watch section 1. Here are the notes. Here are some discussion questions. Let's talk about it. And the next month you do another one. But the whole idea of trying to help understand, number one, we have value because of who we are and who God has made us to be. And secondly, is just uniquely and perfectly equipped us to be the kind of church that God wants in this community. We pray that God encourages you, gives you great confidence during these days of COVID. Here in Southern California, we're watching it explode all over again, and it's some concern for us. We pray that you're safe, that you're healthy, but first of all, that you never, ever forget that you've got a God who loves you, who walks with you, is the one who will never leave you or forsake you. That's your baptismal promise, and you can hold on to it tight. And in that, to know that he's also equipped you right where you're at, uniquely who he's made you to be about the mission of seeing people saved for Jesus Christ. So thank you again. Thank you, Christ Lutheran, for hosting us and being part of this. And for all of you around the country who have been with us today, we pray that God encourages, empowers you for all of these purposes. And Carl, thank you for being part of this. I do want to remind you that Carl's books are available for purchase. You can get those off of his website. I encourage you. I just got the copy of the church recovery book, so I'm looking forward to that. I'm heading on vacation tomorrow, so I'm going to get a chance, and I will read this. So I'll let you know.
It's a short one. So.
I know. It's going to be great. But I encourage you. I've taken a look at his Church Essentials and the Grasshopper Myth, both fabulous books, and I know they'll be a blessing to you. Maybe buy them for some leadership in your congregation and watch what God might do through spreading the message of the essential nature of the small church. God bless you. It's been good to be with you. Dominic, thank you for hosting us and leading us today. And we'll see you at another time. God go with you.